All right, I'm good. Captain's log. Commander Chief Thralic, stardate 60241.1. With sabotage running rampant on the Achilles, 3 suspects have been detained and a 4th has evaded arrest and managed to depart the ship in the chaos of a false evacuation order issued to the lower decks through a hacked central computer. In light of this and other system outages we've experienced, I followed Lieutenant Commander Ninurda's recommendation that we take our communication and computer systems offline to run diagnostic. In an abundance of caution, I've authorized a level 1 diagnostic on these systems, especially in light of 2 of our suspects being from the engineering department. We need to know just how far this sabotage goes. Commander Jayashu remains unaccounted for in the circumstances surrounding Captain Penn's abduction. I can only hope that she's the coordinates that Ensign Ven was able to recover from the flight computer that Captain Penn returned with. Time is of the essence, but with so many Starfleet crew compromised, I cannot risk moving this ship until I know the full effects of the sabotage have been uncovered and neutralized. I remain confident in my crew and the abilities of this ship. It is a test for all of us to operate without Captain Penn, but we will do him proud and finish the mission. Until further orders are received, that is all I can do. End log.
And we go to the bridge of the Achilles. This is a 2-threat game with Commander Thralic, now Captain, and Celia walking on. Oh, McClellan's actually with Varder at the moment because you're questioning.
Oh, Varder's here? Shit.
Wait, Varder's here?
Varder.
That would be helpful, actually, wouldn't it, Thralic?
Yeah. Love that.
Ryloff, sorry. I remember where McClellan. I was like, why is McClellan on the bridge? He shouldn't be. Oh, I know where he's supposed to be.
I was gonna say, with Varder, our intelligence problems would be going away very quickly.
Takes that, Ryloff.
But yes, Throlic's
It's
bridge.
his job. He's an intelligence officer.
Exactly.
Your ship is at basically full stop because you're undergoing a communications and computers level 1 diagnostic, which requires you not to be moving while you're doing it because it screws everything up. It also because also at level 1 you have people physically crawling around in places, so the ship moving around.
Get kind of hot otherwise.
Yeah, and people outside the ship too. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like technically, you can have people at the hull while you're at warp, but
They won't be there anymore.
They'll be there briefly.
The warp bubble extends enough that you can actually go out there. You just probably shouldn't.
Okay, Thralic should go out there. We can discover together how I'd rule that.
Uh-huh.
Everything will be fine.
No, you can't lose a second captain in 2 days.
Yeah.
Challenge accepted.
They did it on Enterprise, I think.
Oh, like that's a
Ryloff
insurance.
moving up the command ladder.
I don't want to move up the command ladder.
Yes, you have the bridge. You know that Ryloff is going to be interviewing some people. You know, Ninurda is still doing the level 1 diagnostic. Medical is keeping an eye on Captain Penn currently, see if he comes out of it. And Ven, I believe you would have gone to the bridge, unless because the computer system's out for now, so you can't really go down to the lab and poke at the thing anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
Yeah,
you guys
no,
already
and
figured
I
out where
remember I explicitly came up with the thing being like, this is the data, this is it. Let me know if you need any help.
Oh, and Satrira at the end, I remember now. Satrira did figure out where it was gonna go once it's done with whatever mission it was doing.
Commander, if you don't need me, I probably should go see to Rylov, and then I promised Azza a meeting.
Of course, Counselor.
Oh, that's right. You wanted to talk to me. Ugh.
No, I don't think I had a reason to talk to Rylov. It's that your people you need to interrogate don't have any representation, and that was going to be a problem, but I switched around disciplines to be able to do that.
Oh.
Yes.
So we can
Uh,
actually see to that now.
Tragic.
any situation reports I should be aware of, GM?
Insight command difficulty of, we'll say 2. This information is
Alright.
pretty helpful if you get it.
Observation or team dynamics as focuses?
I'll take team dynamics.
All right. Would Hoplite Commander help with this?
No.
I will give you a threat for 1 die.
Certainly. On the button, you are fairly certain that the trail for Jaishu has gotten very cold at this point. Tracking down where she went off to is going to be fairly difficult. Secondly, you know that when McClellan gets into contact with the Odyssey, when orders don't get to a ship, like you don't verify that you got the orders, Starfleet's going to wonder what happened, and they're going to try to get the message to you somehow or find out what happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, geez.
So once the Odyssey probably is going to be called at some point and say, hey, and they're going to say, hey, could you check in on our dude?
Yep. No, I'm aware of that.
We will not be having Aza for the rest of the night.
Oops, wrong person. Yeah. Wrong person.
Oh, holy shit.
So the Odyssey, they'll likely try to get a message out to you. And the Odyssey will be aware. Well, they might not have access to the orders because it's not their orders, but they might be used as a way to get the orders to you.
Yep.
So
I assumed as much.
those are the 2 big things at the moment. That command-wise, and a lot of it's just updates from your various departments, and the obvious that you already know, that you're basically sitting derelict in space with no backing from Starfleet other than Prime Directive. But
Right. So I would like to see. I know organizing a shuttle launch during a diagnostic is going to be more difficult, but I'd like to see if I can assemble a team to take the Statius and try to go and investigate the coordinates.
Who are you assigning to the team?
Good question.
I'll let you do some planning there. You're gonna have to look through some lists and figure out what you want to do.
You can't go wrong with Specialist Click.
What's Ven up to?
Well, I haven't been given any specific orders, so I'm doing what I can to help with the diagnostic. Unless Thralic wants me to go on the mission, or if unless otherwise ordered, I'm gonna be helping out with what I presume are like my normal duties of helping with the diagnostics.
When I get to Nanerda, there'll be an assist. We'll presume that you and Nanerda are talking to each other through go-betweens. Or you could be down in the diagnostic area. I just realized you could be down at the computer core where he is.
Yeah, I will say it depends on whether or not Thralic has a specific need for me in any other capacity.
I don't think so. I think basically everybody's supposed to be doing stuff for making sure the ship's in order right now.
Okay. Fine. Then, Nanerda, you have an assist from Ven when it comes to that.
So you'll be heading down there.
Groovy.
Throg, I'll let you percolate on your plan because you do have a mission to figure out. We're going to cut down to the security area. Would be a new scene, but there's no momentum on the board. Boop. Boop. Oh, no. A little too intense for what happens.
God, that sounds like there's just been another murder.
8-bit dungeon boss. That'll be appropriate, right?
Stop it.
8 points if you know why I still have that in my thing. Why in the time I used it. Boop. Boop. And then McClellan, I believe, is the one who's down here first. So let's grab him. You come with me. Boop. And boop. So you've brought McClellan down to your office. And actually, you've been in the office even as last scene. So the ambassador has come and gone. Like you had your little talk by this point.
It's like, you're not the suspect, you're the victim. So unless you really feel like you want someone to be standing here beside you for it.
No, not at present. No, I think I'm fairly certain I know what's going to happen here.
Well, I would start with asking, what were you doing at the moment before the event occurred in which you were shot?
We were starting to leave the working area beta into the central core. We were going to be doing some more looking into other parts of the sabotage and figure out who exactly did it, that sort of thing. And also look into other consoles. We were debating who we thought was guilty or who we thought had done it, that sort of thing.
Had you come across any particular leads in the system at that time?
Nothing I don't think Denerda hadn't already discerned. A lot of it was just trying to stem the bleeding, as it were. We basically had a lot of questions, but not a lot of answers yet. A lot more answers came out after I was shot, like the results of our the fruits of our investigations.
Mm-hmm. And what was it that caught your attention as to the danger?
I tend to keep my head a little bit on a swivel. I have learned from previous failures that it was always good to be on alert. And I thought the worst we were going to run into is like someone coming through the door and like trying to grab us or punch us or something like that. When the door opened, I just looked straight on at it. We both did, but I saw the flash of silver, whatever phasers are made of. That glint they have, and I just reacted and shoved, because that usually means that because there's no good reason to have a Type 2 in a working area, or in engineering, especially since we weren't under and they were in gold. That's what made me hesitate a little bit. They were in a gold uniform, so I thought maybe security, but why would their phaser be drawn while walking into a room? Like, that's very suspicious.
And you said Type 2.
Yep.
Funny, because we picked up a phaser rifle. The weapon we picked up was of Type 3.
Oh. I remember seeing a Type 2 phaser. But I mean, I'm no security officer, but I know a rifle over a pistol.
Like, I'm not getting that wrong, right? We picked up a Type 3 in engineering?
That's what I remember. But maybe I'm wrong.
No, but that is an important note to make. Thank you, Lieutenant Commander. I probably know the answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. Did you happen to catch any glimpse of who might have been holding the weapon? Any details? A flash of what the color of the hand holding the weapon might have been, for example? Anything like that?
I remember. No, all I can recall is the uniform and the phaser. That became my entire focus, and that's when I got shot. And at that point, I imagine you must have been shot with a phaser before, and at higher energy levels. That becomes the focus of your attention for a while. I think I passed out briefly from the shot.
I can reasonably understand that. You
I'm
were
pretty well.
unconscious when
Not
you
that this
arrived.
is super helpful, but they were humanoid. Like they weren't like some sort of molluscoid or
It was a
lithoid or something
hand.
like that. It was a hand, not a tendril or a rock or anything like that.
Or a claw, or a...
Yeah. Which narrows it down somewhat, I guess, but
To an extent. Every little bit does end up helping. The door was not sealed, was it? It was just
no, there was
regular
no.
protocols.
Yeah, like we were sealed. Like the bay itself was sealed, as far as I was aware, because of the intruder lockdown. But the inner doors weren't sealed, as far as I know. Kind of makes moving around untenable. One thing strikes me actually, they did fire from like they did a chest fire rather than a outstretched fire. Like they pulled it, they had it. He tries to maneuver his arms, sort of like they didn't extend the arm like I'm used to seeing some people do for a precision shot. They were firing for speed rather than trying to hit something in particular.
Would you think that was their intention, or perhaps your noticing them caught them by surprise?
It's hard
He's
to
not a
say.
security guy.
It's hard to say.
These are, of course, questions you can think about, or I can perfectly understand.
That's how I knew it was a
like,
type.
oh, that's what that was.
All I remember is that that's what we were taught to do. But on the Odyssey, we were taught that if you were aiming, you aimed down your arm. If you were just firing, you fired from your chest. You point fired. Well, that's what they told us anyway, and not security. Security, I always know security guys always outstretched, or they always had the rifle up to their chest. The Dominion had a much more general policy. They just kind of fired mostly from the hip because they just rapid fired until everything in front of them died. They only brought it up to the shoulder when they wanted to hit something very far away. It was a distance thing, not a speed thing for them. They fired basically the same speed either way. So I would guess this person may have been like, it's hard to say. Like I'm maybe your crew works differently, or they're not part of the Achilles, and they just. I know some people like to fire from the hip, like that's just something people do. Doesn't make sense to me, but you know.
No, I know my people often like to fire from the hip as well, as did the Klingons. Which might just be a tendency of using disruptors over phasers. A rate of fire. Though I don't suspect this to be either of their involvements. That would be a bit unusual, considering who has been detained so far.
And Selena's not heading to here. She was heading to Medbay, right?
No, the med bay was less important. It was to help Thralic in his interrogation of the prisoners. Because before we didn't have a JAG officer, and we really didn't have anyone qualified to help the prisoners. Now I am.
Well, we did. They're currently missing.
Yes, that would be why we didn't have anyone.
Yes.
So I imagine the door chimes because I imagine you get down to the security office and the door doesn't automatically open because he's talking to somebody.
Because they're not going to open any cells or let me talk to anybody without Rylov's approval, right? So I got to come see him.
Probably not. Yeah, they'd have to run it by me anyway to be like, supposed to.
Yeah. So it
Kind of looks over his shoulder and looks back at you.
I'm not expecting anyone. One
Should
moment.
have a phaser in my hand or?
I would sincerely hope not.
Okay.
Come in.
The door unlocks. So that you hear "come in" through the door.
He said, "Come in."
Yes.
Yeah, Soleil will come in and say, "Oh, how curious to run into you again today, Commander."
Counselor.
Counselor. It's like, it's we're both commanders. Who's she talking to?
McClellan pointedly stands out of his chair, somewhat at attention, but it seems to be more a respect of your rank than anything.
Rylov does as well. But, yeah.
Commander Rylov, in the absence of Commander Jaishu, I thought I would offer my assistance as counsel to the prisoners when you go to question them. That way we do not have to wait to Starbase. You can question them and they can ensure that their rights are not violated.
Very well, Counselor. That would be likely useful should they accept it. I believe they have the right to choose their counsel, unless I'm mistaken.
I mean,
they can
a whole lot
reject
of
They
choice
do.
out here.
But even on Starbase, their choices will be extremely limited. Narendra is not what it used to be.
Mm-hmm. Something you know that I don't, Counselor.
That's me. I thought Narendra had been destroyed and rebuilt.
It has. It got bigger.
That was a while ago.
Better.
I didn't know it. I didn't know that had been. That was just player knowledge. I didn't know that it had been finished.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's been finished. Because that happened 8 years ago. So a lot of the Achilles' time was sitting there babysitting Narendra Station, having it rebuilt. In the original timeline, it was just being repaired. And this one, it was being rebuilt from the ground up.
Okay, then
Based from scratch.
I retract my statement.
Okay.
Well, I will offer. Of course, I'll need your authorization.
Consider that given.
I'll give a nod and leave.
So you're heading off to the cells, I imagine?
Yes.
Rylov's not going there right now. He doesn't need to question them. He's got nothing to question them with. He needs to actually investigate to get evidence.
Well, that's...
It's like, She's a little bit odd.
She's a politician. They're all odd.
I will never understand politics.
Did you know there's actually a time displacement counselor on Earth? Apparently, it happens enough to our species that we get our own counselor to represent us.
I did not. It's probably...
Like, no one else has that. Apparently, we're special. Or my my fellow Earthlings are just whiny enough to get an extra counselor. I'm not sure which it is. But hey, my own counselor. I'm not going to complain.
I believe it was until relatively recently that the Vulcans refused to believe that it was a possible event.
Wasn't that like a century ago or so? I suppose that's pretty recent for them. Never mind.
Relatively recently.
I was gonna say, I think that was only like as far back as Enterprise, and then they got over it.
Yeah, but it's relatively recently compared to their lifespans.
Yeah, it's like 3 generations tops.
Also, of course, a Romulan is going to hold that over them.
Yes.
And
I have no clue when they
Whatever you
accepted
can
it,
get.
but
Whatever you can get.
we cut away from the questioning and security. We go down to the computer core where diagnostics are being done, and a certain ensign comes to meet up with Lieutenant Commander Ninerta. If I can find him again. There he is. He's coming out of the core, apparently.
Oh, that's the way to the core.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Whoops.
Yeah. Behind you in there, you can hear people say ensign. You know, people recognize who he is and they say hi to him.
Ah, Vin.
Eddie. Commander Ninerta.
Come to help.
Yeah. There's not a lot that can be done with sensors right now while the computers are completely offline. I mean, there is some manual stuff, but for the amount of effort, we're not doing.
We're working on it, Ensign. It'll go faster with you here, I'm sure.
You assume a lot.
Right. Where do you need
all
me?
it does is a complication.
Come over here and help me with the analytics on the processor usage in decks 14 through 8.
Okay. And Ven will do so.
So, anything the two of you are hoping to find out from your diagnostics?
Well, last week you told me I'd get 2 free questions at the end of the diagnostic process, and I think what I told you was looking to discover exactly how our systems were compromised, and what that compromise consisted of, and sewing up those vulnerabilities.
I'm going to give the two of you a task of control plus engineering or science, difficulty of 2, to delve into those further. You're gonna get those 2 questions. Let's just see if you get any additional questions building up. And there's because you have 2 questions plus a third thing you want to have. You want to sew those up. So you're trying to see.
Okay.
You're trying to close those loops. You're trying to find out what loopholes you need to close.
Okay. Take a threat for a 3rd die and bold. Demolition and sabotage for a focus. Since I'm looking at sabotage. Control engineering, yeah. Ha ha! There we go.
I think you have your I think you have your complication set wrong.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It's
so
zeros.
Yeah, those
Weird.
are all just zeros.
It was not set at all.
Ah.
I was like, how did you roll 3 20s? The chances of that are so minute.
That would have been impressive, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Frick, I wish I spent him up the comp now. Damn.
While none of them are complications, they're all whiffs.
Yeah, so yeah. You'll get the 2 questions no matter what. You just won't get the extra stuff I was going to do.
Let me re-roll one with bold. Let's see what happens there.
And then I can assist.
If he gets a hit, yes.
Nope.
Can't
Wow.
assist if he doesn't get anything.
See, this is what happened. See, Traveler, I was rolling hot all day Saturday, and then last Saturday.
I can't help you, Ninerta.
Probably
Ninerta
not unless he
rattles
uses
off
the
like
determination on the first roll again. Let's do it, Chief.
Yeah. I
Hold
probably
on,
need
hold
to.
on. Actually, because I am because we're executing on repairs, which are under my orders, can my methodical planning trigger here to allow me to assist, which would give Ninurta a reroll from my advisor talent.
Yes, because you had the meeting. 'Cause you had
Yeah,
briefing.
You have one more reroll.
you have another reroll.
Come on. You just need one.
Nope.
No. Yeah.
2 18s in a row. Yeah.
2 19s, a 16, and 2 18s.
I
Yep.
believe the
Yeah.
dice land where they land.
My
Yeah.
man.
Absolutely.
The dice
Yeah.
want to tell a story. That's
Yeah, that one's
Roll
called.
them all again.
Yeah. I mean,
Do
at this
it.
point, I'm just scared to even spend a determination on it. You know.
Yeah.
No fair.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna let that lie. I'm not gonna mess with the dice gods tonight.
So, your first question was, say it again. Sorry, just to make sure I'm answering it correctly.
How were our systems compromised?
So,
Like not how as in what was done, but what was the methods used? I'm basically trying to track down the holes that we're going to need to patch with the first part.
So the computers. So it was a manual. Actually, I'm gonna double check myself. I'm gonna double check my notes. I'm pretty sure I remember, but this has been a 3-episode movie. So my notes are a little scattered.
Yes,
I thought I saw some lens flare.
It's a 3-episode movie lasting over 9 hours.
Well, the editing floor would chew that down to like 2.
It's
2
a foreign
hours.
film.
It's a foreign film. Look. Just because I'm from Canada, that does
Means
mean
it's a foreign film.
let's make it foreign.
Counts.
But like, our film industry isn't that different, unless it's not okay. The indie stuff is, but come on, indie Star Trek.
I know Canada, birthplace of continuity and sing. Just saying,
See, what we should do is keep it as a 9-hour film, but mandatory breaks every 3 hours. Like the film just says, you have 10 minutes to get refreshments and go to the
come on.
bathroom.
Well, yeah, intermissions. I miss intermissions. Freaking hell.
Intermissions are great.
Oh, and yeah, just to move your legs. It's like, oh damn.
Yeah.
Let's make sure.
why I like live theater. They still have the intermissions.
Yeah.
I think the last live thing I went to, like theatre-wise, was like a pantomime.
I went to one Saturday
There we go.
I went
Was
to
it a
one over.
pantomime?
where what was it? An operetta, The Merry Widow.
Okay, so here's how it went down. So one hole that started was the someone went into the computer core, like they actually physically up to the core, and started messing with the biogel packs and actually linear chips that were in there and manually changing stuff that way. So you didn't actually have to check in your codes necessarily if you were a person who was allowed to be in the computer core in the first place, because you could open panels and stuff like that. But the trick is that you would need to have a deep understanding of how computer cores work, like from an engineering standpoint, and also from a science programming standpoint. You need to understand how switching them around affects the actual computer without the computer knowing that you're doing it. So you're kind of hacking the software end of it through the hardware. So that allowed them to kind of have this hardware issue that for the briefest of moments, it basically slowed down. It basically reduced the way the hardware hacked it was basically they got the bits that computer cores basically have like chronotron radiation, time manipulation to help it do tons of calculations really, really fast without heating issues and all that getting in the way and other things.
Okay.
They basically got it to have less chronotrons going into the chamber and telling the computer that it's okay because hardware-wise everything's fine. And then that slowed the computer down, which meant that someone who was at a computer could basically overwhelm the computer. Basically, the computer's moving at a fraction of the speed that someone manipulating the computer would have to kind of very quick go through all of it and manipulate how it's done. The way that was done by, according to your diagnostic, I'm going to get you the right name. They're this person. I gave them code names, so if I said it, I would accidentally out the wrong person. Because I wanted it to be a surprise.
Now, we had somebody at a computer core that McClellan and I discovered, which is Lizu, the nurse. Raze?
Yes. Yes. It was Lieutenant Rose Lizu who was recorded as in the period where there was that weird blip that Rose was the one who had stepped out. And the great thing about it was that bought her time is that nothing would look wrong at the time she did it. There'd be this big long delay until someone fired a certain command at the computer and the computer just went and just didn't know how to react to it and just was overwhelmed almost immediately.
Okay.
What led to the comm system being compromised was because once the computer's compromised, now you can very quickly slap the communications protocols and get it to do something wrong. And that's why that failed.
So the next question was.
Sorry, there's one more thing.
Yep.
The diagnostic also reveals that there was a software, the software overload, but there was also a hardware override of the subspace transponder, basically your subspace radio antenna. Someone was down there affecting it from the same deck that it's in the saucer section of the ship, and it's on the same deck that Shishishir's on. Like that's where her quarters are. Along with a bunch of other people, but like there's a area forward of the ship, on the forward of the ship that can get you to the transceiver, to one of the transceiver manual override stations.
Do I have the damage control team found her?
Right. Do I have a timestamp when that was being messed with?
Yep.
That will hopefully help to make sure those engineering teams were actually doing what they said they were doing.
As for how precisely to close that loophole, that's kind of what the role is going to be. There's a lot of steps that they did that,
right?
Between you and Ben, as you're both looking over the results, and you've confirmed and reconfirmed, you're getting reports from multiple teams who report to the two of you, bringing their pads in, checking, make sure the comms work, and it's like, right. Yeah, that's the clear conclusion. But how exactly to stop that from ever happening again? That's not an answer you have at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like a wider security issue.
Yeah, something we can work on later. The other question was, I wanted to know, and you may have already told me what all was done, but yeah, what all was done. And I now know how they did it. Now, what did they do?
So they overwhelmed the computer,
right?
But allowed a channel, one particular part of the computer, to be functioning, and that was the comm system. So that someone on the ship could talk out of the ship without anyone on the ship knowing it happened. Because the computer is having this big purge that's going to happen. So no one can monitor, no one can counter it because no one knows. Everyone's just going to assume it's a computer failure. And it, that seemed to be the primary thing: kill the computer and allow the comm system to function for a brief window of time, no more than, and then a message was sent out.
Okay. Don't suppose that got recorded anywhere.
Unfortunately, no. Oh, it probably was, but you notice that the chip that it would be on is not in the computer core. The two of you had people searching all over in the room, like it's not there. Like it's not on the floor. They didn't drop it or anything. It's just if it's not in here, it's not on. And a quick scan of the ship even goes, is it anywhere on the ship? Because isolinear chips and biogel packs stand out when they're not somewhere they're supposed to be.
So was this also the sabotage that led to the failure of the alarms and structural integrity fields around Jaisu's quarters and the other places that were hacked off?
Yeah, because with the computer not acting appropriately, lots of actually, if anything, it doesn't look like that the shutdowns in that area were the focus of the attack. That was a side effect of the attack. Because lots of things, as you've seen, lots of things fail when you make the computer core have a catastrophic glitch, which may not be a bit of their intent, but it doesn't look like their primary concern. Their primary thing was to call out and freeze the computer.
Well, cool. So are we back online again?
If you dare. But yes, you can be back online.
Yeah, let's ping the subspace relay network, make sure everything's worked out of the communications net, and then let's reboot the computer core. If you need me to, I can roll some more zeros.
No. We will cut away from the two of you.
I think you need to put a few ones in there.
Part of the ship.
So much for my assist.
So much for my engineering capabilities.
Wait, you
got to roll some dice.
You did inadvertently strip that from Ben.
So who in medical is checking on Captain Pend?
Oh no.
Counselor's busy with other things.
Oh no.
Clearly, it's you're just letting.
Yeah, clearly this is Ensign Kovac going and doing this, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I have the wrong 3 letters. He should be.
It's Lieutenant Lizu. Dun, dun, dun.
He's an ensign now. That's right.
Yeah.
Dang.
Clearly, supervise him with Talora. That'd be hilarious.
Oh my god. Imagine if wait, hang on. Imagine if Vasan is the last one to make ensign.
She is.
She's still a cadet currently.
She's the only one who's still a cadet.
He's gonna be so chapped.
So who is grabbing Kobuk?
I guess I am.
Okay. Yeah, you were told by the medical staff to go check on Captain Penn, see how he's doing. He's been brought to his room to rest, because really there's not a whole lot they can do for him for now.
Yes. Ensign Kobuk presses like the effectively the doorbell.
The door display shifts and then asks for an access code.
Was I given one?
Yeah, you would have been. And the door slides open.
Captain?
Henson.
To your shock, Kobuk, Pend is awake.
Ah, I see you are conscious. Very good. Now, so has he just been like unconscious most of the time?
Yeah.
You are conscious. Very good. Medical will be pleased to hear this. I'm looking forward to being the one to report it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is Colebrook wearing any protective gear?
And actually, Kobuk, I'm going to show you a file here, and you can determine whether he's wearing one or not. 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Where are you? There you are. Here you go. It's at the top.
Oh, okay, here we go. Give me a sec.
Because I think you may have said last week that I had some virus, and if he's not wearing any protection, he's just walked into a room with a contagious person.
Okay, yeah, if there's the possibility of an unknown pathogen, then yeah, I assume it would be standard practice to go in wearing medical protective gear.
Average Kobok moment.
Yeah. So you're in a you're in a hazmat suit basically.
Yeah, one of the
biosuit.
one of the biosuits.
Yeah. So Kobuk's in a biosuit.
Right.
And actually, as you pass through the door, there would have been.
Yeah, this is one of the costumes that they have for Kobuk. He's worn it a few times already. So.
And as a another thing, as you pass through the door, there would have been a field that would have buzzed as you walked through it, because to maintain environmental containment.
Right.
Yeah, just making sure.
Mm-hmm. We're quite lucky, Captain. Not everyone is allowed to quarantine in place in their own quarters.
He
What?
lied.
Mm-hmm. Well, not everyone is a captain of a starship who this isn't the first time it's happened to them.
Hate to break it to you, you're not captain of the starship.
I'm
right
gonna
now.
say, this is Kobuk aware of goings on?
That has not been officially declared to the ship, as I recall.
Okay. In which case, yes, quite. But I'm sure the commander will be pleased to hear that you are awake.
Well, if you could give me a scan of myself to see if I'm still infected or if I'm free to leave my quarters, that would be quite appreciative.
Of course, that is why I am here to do. How often have we been instructed to do checkups on Unpenned?
Every hour.
Every hour. Okay. Ooh,
You're the first shift to actually run into this guy awake.
Yeah.
The last person who saw him awake was like the guy in the transporter room, and then he collapsed.
Yep. As he begins scanning, he taps his not his comm badge, but whatever the button is on the suit that lets him use his communicator. This is Kobuk to engineering. It would appear that the captain is in fact awake.
Why is Kobuk telling engineering this?
Why are you calling me with this? I mean, that's good
Medical.
news, but
Medical. I
can 100% believe Kobok accidentally contacts engineering.
No, look, I was looking ahead at the screen and I saw control engineering.
Sure.
And just like auto completed.
Oh, I see. Rubbing the rolls in. I see how it is.
Ensign, I'm organic, not robotic. Different department.
Well,
Not
you have a
partly
robotic.
robotic. Yeah.
I mean, there's the leg, Captain.
It's a leg that's conscious. That's why it's being told.
He's on medicine. Oh, come on. Can't we have some? Okay. Take 3 threat.
Certainly.
Diagnosis focus?
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. 1 momentum on the board.
First one of the night.
Fuck you and fuck you.
Okay. Corbinian is typing to me. Got it.
Dangerous.
Yes, I
Well,
know.
you see, the computer was having a chronoton issue where it's taking longer to respond than normal because it's being slowed down.
Do you need to update your scanner?
Look, the Skinner will just take an
Stop. I will mute you.
Okay. Okay. Ooh, that's nasty. Well, Captain, it would appear that you still have the ongoing nerve damage. It's likely to be almost 3 times as difficult to do any fine motor or strenuous physical activity. Which is to say, +3 diff and +3 comp to any control, daring, or fitness task.
Fun.
And Pan, even as you sit there in the bed, you find like your body twitching a little bit. Like without you thinking about it, just kind of moves a little bit.
Well, that's not too bad. It's just a bit of a discomfort and pain.
Indeed. And all things considered, I'm sure that when we get back to Starbase, some of the best and brightest medical minds in the Federation, myself included, will be ready to assist in your recovery.
Am I free to leave my room, Ensign?
I'm afraid not. You are still on medical quarantine, best I understand. I presume that he also has like a pad that contains like whatever his most recent
His
medical
charts.
information is. Yeah, like a pad with his charts.
You're the person with the latest date. As of the last time he was charted, he was not fit for service, and he was on medical leave.
Yeah, correct. But I do have access to what his previous charts were.
Yeah, you have new information. That's what I'm driving at.
Oh, yes. Okay. Of course, you are awake now, Captain. So, I don't know if medical will want to change its policy on that, or if command will want to change its policy on that. That is a little over my rank, sir.
So, you are medical, you have the latest results.
Question: Does he still seem to have the unknown pathogen?
For actually, that won't cost you anything. Yeah, he does.
Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, Captain, you do still have this currently, as of yet, unidentified pathogen. We are working on a diagnosis currently, but until we know what we are dealing with, it probably would be the best for you to stay in place. Although, as said, I am sure the command staff will be eager to hear from you, even if you are still confined to your quarters.
You notice the screen over here blink awake as the computer system has rebooted, and then
Perfect timing.
and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Engineer, but I imagine an all clear signal will be given out on the comms to let people know their badges work again.
Yep.
Okay.
Diagnostic complete. Computer and communications ready to resume normal operations.
Oh,
yes.
Well, why don't you head on out and inform medical and command? I'm going to take a shower and figure out why my computer core was down.
Oh, yes. Apologies. You only just woke up and I'm the first officer you have spoken to, so I should inform you. And Kobuk is aware that there was, is Kobuk aware that there was, full-on sabotage?
Kopuk, I think, knows whatever's in the grapevine right now.
Yeah, because he's been
There
dealing...
hasn't been any all-hands announcement, and he hasn't been present for any of the senior staff briefings.
Yeah.
However, he was present when the hoplites burst into medical looking for
exactly.
Lisu.
True.
And he was there for the whole, treatment of
Sure.
Shreer, so he knows something's up.
He knows some of the medical stuff.
Rylov also asked him to collect a fucking murder weapon.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Kobuk definitely knows something's going, like something's hinky.
He knows, for instance, that Captain Penn's sister is injured.
Right. What is the medical what is the medical clearance to inform him of that?
He's family.
He's family. Okay, cool. Oh, yes, Captain. I'm so sorry. How rude of me. A lot has happened since you have been unconscious. There are violent elements currently on board this ship. One of them attacked your sister, and she is currently in critical condition.
Do you have the perpetrating? Well, there's no point of asking your medical. That would be a security question.
Indeed, although security has asked me to look into a few matters regarding the investigation, so I believe that they are making progress and do have leads, but that is my observations as an outsider, more or less. I can, however, inform you that her condition is very complicated. Whoever attacked her used a very, very dangerous it was a virus, right?
Poison.
The bioweapon that she was attacked with, that it's a virus, right? Or is it
No,
like a
it's
chemical?
I thought it was like a toxin poison.
Yeah,
Remember,
yeah.
he's the guy who figured out what it was. Remember?
Yep. It's been a bit. There it is. Yes, toxin. Um, she has been attacked with a very rare toxin. That is preventing her blood from coagulating, which has made surgery to replace the damaged organs nigh on impossible. However, we are doing everything that we can to keep her condition stable.
Well, okay. For now, like I said, report this to medical and command. I've got to take a shower and try and forward me any information available while I'm stuck in my room.
Of course, you are next of kin after all. You you have a right to any information I can make available to you. My apologies, Captain.
Don't worry about it. It's not like you stabbed her. Or did
he?
I'm going to assume that was a joke, Captain.
Get out, I'm going for a shower.
Yes, sir. And he has to go through like a couple of steps to go through the Sterfield. It's like a really awkward 10 seconds that he's got to wait for it before he can actually leave. Poor Kobuk.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a shower.
That was good.
The shower's full of acid. No,
It's a difficulty
Difficulty
Plus 2.
3, comp
Yeah.
3. Take a shower.
Actually, Fitness Con.
It is.
Normally, this is a difficulty 0 task because it's walking. Unfortunately, this is a fitness task. So Fitness Con, difficulty 3, comp 3 to get to the shower.
Oh, buddy.
Fun.
Just to highlight how fucked up you are.
Mm-hmm.
I get the point of it.
Ah yes, class 3 nerve damage. To
Yeah.
control daring and fitness.
Yeah. It's messy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I read that and I was like, oh, that's oof.
Oh, fun.
Okay, well, there's a momentum on the board if you want it, or also threat that we can give to the game master when he gets back.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for him to get back before I start throwing stuff out.
Throw all of your traits at him.
Oh, right.
I'm pretty sure you can make this diff 0 again,
Probably.
Back.
but you'll still have to roll for comp.
Oh, yeah. So I've got a medal to reduce con tasks by 1, so I'll do that.
Sorry, I'm using my middle to take a shower. God damn it.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Would you take, well, not nerve damage, would you take tried and tested, because this is not the first time I've been seriously injured?
You have walked across terrible places on at least 2 different occasions. Oh, 3, because you were on that killing ship without a leg, so you know. This is pretty tame in comparison.
Oh, right.
The air isn't trying to kill you, and no one on the ship's trying to kill you. You know.
Yeah, this is relatively a nice walk in the park.
You hopped through a mirror universe station on one leg.
God.
Oh yeah, that did happen.
Would you take left leg cybernetic? Like I can use the left leg a bit more.
You can, but it'll increase your complication by 1. Because you're off balance. So you can either cancel out that same difficulty because you're adjusting with the thing. It won't really, so it means it won't really do anything. Or you reduce the difficulty because you're favoring it, but increases comp because, well, you're favoring one side, so you might tumble.
I'll pass on that one. Would you take quick reflexes, so whenever I start to stumble, I'm quick enough to right myself?
That will peel back the complication by 1. On that basis.
So I'm down to a diff 1, comp 2?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. Comp's always 1, so comp 3, because it would have been comp 4.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I always forget that part.
Hoplite? I'm a very fit and active person.
It doesn't come under the training of a hoplite, though.
No, it's worth
Training
it.
when injured like this is to sit still. Unless you're being shot at.
Well, I'd say tying with the renderer because I've got a reputation to uphold, but there's no one here.
Yeah. Hey, you can see the cost. You just end up crawling across the floor.
Yeah, I'm literally crawling like an animal.
Like a tiger.
Through the
Yes.
tall grass.
We're all idiots.
We're gonna make a callback there.
Yeah, I know.
Especially the engineer who didn't get any hits. Just really bring the whole crew down.
Yeah, man.
So true.
All right. All right. Laugh it up.
We will.
We will.
Composure for a focus.
Yeah.
So it's diff 1. Okay, I'll just spend the momentum. So it was diff 1. I gained 3. And I'll actually squash with a medal, so we'll gain 3 momentum.
Okay.
3 momentum from taking a shower.
Essentially, yeah.
Look, it was a refreshing shower.
No, let's be honest. I got kidnapped, stuck in a box, out of the box into a poisonous atmosphere, crashed onto a planet with a really shitty atmosphere, walked on a planet, and then got beamed up. It's like, at some point, you have to take a fucking shower.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, see?
So yeah, Thralic, you're getting your shuttle in order, getting names, and then you get the all clear signal that the diagnostic is done way sooner than they thought it was going to. Like this was supposed to
Right.
take like all day. It actually took them. It took them a while. Still, it took them several hours, and the ship had to sit still. But yeah, they figured it out eventually.
Right. Well, I'm going to call
You're being hailed.
my I'm being hailed.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Narendra Station.
Right. Colin, route it to my ready room. Once I get there.
Is a Thralic apprised by medical that the captain's awake?
For momentum, Tharla can be.
Sure.
Yeah, so you get a blip on your command pad from an update from the senior attending doctor, because CMO's busy with a medical emergency at the moment, so they can't really be helpful at the moment.
Thank the gods for good news. But yeah, gonna head to ready room. And
Slia's already there.
Slia's already there.
So you make your way over to the ready room. And a certain admiral's going to show up on that screen.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
I've never heard of Admiral. Ooh.
I have. You should navigate these social circles more. Yeah.
He must have died while he was writing it.
Hey, Grennan, I'm going to show you the orders that you have for the Achilles.
In Discord or Roll20?
In Roll20, I just have to. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Boop. You should be able to see it now at the top.
Commander, report.
There's a lot to report. We've been having some communications and computer difficulties, so I'm not certain if you received my previous message.
Have I?
There's
What
no
previous-
reason you shouldn't have.
What was the previous message again?
The previous message was informing the Admiral that Captain Penn was not currently medically fit for command, and that I had taken over temporary command of the ship. It's a message that Soleil didn't want me to send, but I did still send.
Which is why you sent out these priority 1 orders.
Okay.
Part of why.
All right. Okay. I figured that's what it was. I just wanted to.
Same
wanted to be
here.
Wanted to be on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
Well, indeed. And that's why I have a set of priority 1 orders for you, Commander. They are not orders that I am necessarily happy to be giving out, but they are necessary.
Understood, Admiral.
First and foremost, I'm immediately recalling the U.S.S. Achilles to Starbase 354A with no delay. You are to cease all other mission activities and return to Starbase swiftly and safely.
Yes,
Second-
sir.
Secondly, you are to transfer Captain Pend and Lieutenant Shishashrir to the auspices of Starbase 354A's medical department and medical facilities. Their health and well-being are of paramount importance.
Understood, sir. I have just received confirmation that Captain Pend is awake again.
Ah, that is good. However, it seems that his condition has impaired him from being able to command, thus the necessity of longer-term Starbase care, from my understanding. To that end, your third order, we have seen it fit that a change of command of the Achilles is necessary, due to Captain Penn's medical incapacity. On your arrival to Starbase 354A,
Stop. The one thing that's addended there that isn't in there, because this is because of last session, Thralic is going to be named the acting captain until it's going to be named the CEO of the ship. So a new captain isn't going to be assigned. Thralic is the new captain.
Okay. Before I get to it, got it.
Yeah.
Upon reaching Starbase 354A, we will be overseeing the transfer of leadership to your command.
To my command, Admiral.
Indeed. Assuming the ship is under full operational capacity, of course.
Of course, Captain. Or of course, Admiral.
As for your ongoing mission, the contact with the coalition of the Scarlet Hunters is being transferred to the U.S.S. Kaptana. They will be assuming responsibilities previously assigned to the Achilles. You will need to provide them with all relevant mission data and briefing materials to expedite their mission.
Understood, Admiral. Is the Kaptana aware that we are currently still missing at least one crew member?
I question for the GM. I assume they're not.
Only if that was part of the initial broadcast.
It was not.
Yeah, so that's news. You didn't know that.
I was unaware of this fact. If you feel it is relevant to the Kaptana's mission in the area, do so. However, please do not burden them with any extraneous information that might jeopardize their mission with the coalition of the Scarlet Hunters.
Yes, sir.
There's the other is admittedly a little bit more boilerplate than the others, but you will be tasked with maintaining efficiency, morale, and readiness of your crew during this intermediary period. There will be many challenges coming with the change of command, as there often are, and it's your duty to it is your and my duty to oversee a seamless transition and to provide support for the transfer process.
Of course, sir. I look forward to the opportunity, and I look forward to working with you more closely again.
Very good. I must warn, time is of the essence in all of these matters, and we expect you to act with swiftness.
I'm going to ask for an opposed roll here of presence command from Thralic versus Grennan's insight command.
Ooh.
All right.
Because somebody's lying to somebody right now.
I have made no lies.
You're pretending like this is new information. Oh, I never got these orders before. Oh, what a shocker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never got these orders before, GM.
Yeah, there's no proof that you ever got these orders either.
You said insight command?
Yeah, and here, have a full mint.
Hey, fortunately, I don't get a reroll off of this because I'm a cautious commander. So
that still fires because you're in NPC mode.
Oh, okay.
You're like, let me try and see what I can say to help. Never mind, it didn't help.
Yeah, sorry. Doing what I can.
Let's see what I've got.
I can appreciate the effort.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I mean,
I don't think any of your values fires here, so I have no reason to pick on that right now.
Yeah. Okay. Plus, I wouldn't have. You wouldn't have given me a full mint.
Yeah.
Oh,
stuff over.
Yeah. Thank. Deception focus.
Yeah.
I'm seeing through a deception. Sorry, Thralic. Okay, honestly, I have done. I think that is doable for you.
Yeah.
That is-
Let's see. I have many values I think that would apply here, GM.
Also, I'm gonna up your complication by 1 because you're
Okay.
lying to a former captain of yours.
That's
Ooh,
true. I
yeah.
sure am.
That is not something I imagine Tharlek's terribly comfortable with at the moment.
No, not incredibly.
Don't worry, I'll lie to him. I don't like him.
I know.
I'm gonna give the Admiral 1 free hit because you're a decorated military family. A military officer does not lie to their superiors or omit or obfuscate the battlefield situation.
Unless it's necessary.
So I'm getting a free hit because of a trait that Thralik has?
Yeah, it's basically Tharlek's
Yeah.
difficulty is up by 1.
Okay.
So I'm at diff 5 comp 2.
Currently, yes.
Okay. Let's see. Which of these values am I spending towards? You know, I get to use this one so infrequently. The gods visit the sins of the fathers upon the children. It is my duty to establish a legacy now.
Walk me through that.
Legacy is about your impact to the external world. I am putting on the show and the airs of being a good Starfleet captain, even if I don't necessarily feel it in my heart right now. Especially because Thrallik's father was a Starfleet captain.
Also, legacy be doing what right, what not what you're ordered to in this case.
I will take the value spend.
Right?
Had a mouthful of fries there, don't mind me.
Damn, you're not sharing?
I would, but it would probably rot by the time it got to you.
That's true. Trait calm in the storm.
I'm gonna say no. It's not hurting you either.
What else do I? Relentless.
Yep, this is the second time you've lied to command.
Hmm.
You're starting to get a hang for it.
Yeah, you don't have to remind me like that.
I mean, you can always join Clan Shishishri. I hear they're always hiring.
Hiring?
You know, mercenaries and cutthroats. You know, the family business.
Sure. That's definitely been my experience with the clan. Definitely.
I mean, kind of.
Sorry, sorry. I meant to say special operations. I misspoke.
Oh, yeah, of course. Trait Hoplite Commander here.
No.
Okay. I will. Buy up to 4 dice here. That's 5. I'll do. I think I have to do all that as threat.
I'll take it.
So 9 hits.
Versus 5.
Versus
5. Yep. So you generate 4. And then you're none the wiser. Commander Tharlek's just being the same Tharlek you've known before. Probably a little stressed, but you know, given the situation, makes sense.
Reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for Thralek, not within sensory range of Grennan's empathy power. Wait, wrong character.
Wait, what?
No,
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
No, that would be Nirvarter as a problem whenever he was backing Brennan up.
Yeah. I mean, I think Gren can probably tell that Frolic is standing on ceremony a little bit right now,
Mm-hmm.
but that's perfectly in character. And, Admiral, on the subject of missing crew,
Yes.
Commander Jaishu remains missing in action from the same attack that temporarily lost us Captain Pend and caused his injuries. I was just about to dispatch a shuttle. With your permission, I could transfer command of that shuttle to the Kaptana, and they could continue their mission. However, that depends on your authorization, sir.
Renan grips his chair, because that changes things. Because that means that there is a member of the Starfleet command structure currently captured by a hostile force. That's bad.
Yes.
That is
Give
very-
me Insight Command difficulty 2. Grennan's leading this. Actually, either of you could lead it, but one's assisting the other. As you both you're able to come with a solution that helps you here. Because Katana is an idea, but there's another idea you can do.
Okay.
I think you're better to lead this.
Yeah.
Admiral.
What's the diff?
2
Two?
all day.
Okay. I'll take a momentum law focus.
I wouldn't say so. No, it's not
Okay,
quite that in the weeds.
Okay, that's fine. Insight command, you said?
Yep.
Rerolling the comp. Wow.
You get one more reroll because of my advisor talent.
Cool. Okay.
Either
Jeez.
observation or team dynamics for my
Team dynamics.
here. Okay. I will re-roll that.
The dice today, I swear.
Dice stay. Yeah.
So I believe that generates a momentum.
Yep.
You can actually, without impacting the Katana's mission, you could use the wildfire as the lead ship, because the wildfire is just kind of on standby, helping up the Fifth Fleet, but they could be chasing this down, and they just have that. They can take command of the shuttle. Because if you put the Katana on it, they'll have to do with the shuttle mission and their diplomatic mission at the same time.
Right.
I have a better suggestion for you, Throlic. I believe I can spare the wildfire to assist your shuttle in this endeavor. This is a command level officer that has possibly been compromised and is captured by a hostile force. This warrants the deployment of a full starship to their retrieval.
Thank you, sir. I'll forward you the details of the shuttlecraft status as well as the officers in command, as well as the officer in command. I'll also
Great.
make sure to get that information to the wildfire.
Very good. And I will make sure to send off a set of priority 1 orders to them right away, so that they know to expect. This.
Understood, sir.
Great. I have another set of priority 1 orders to file. Great. And you see he's looking around at his table for a pad so he can start quickly drafting up a new set of priority 1 orders.
Someone from nearby, his adjunct kind of steps out and kind of goes, "This one, sir," and kind of hands you one.
Okay. Is there anything else of importance, Throlic, or can I leave the rest of this and the completion of these priority 1 orders to you?
Your voice off camera, or maybe the ship's caught fire, or locusts are coming.
And he just
Nothing else to report, Admiral.
he waves off the cam.
Throlic,
Sorry, didn't know you could hear me.
we do have those prisoners from the
Oh, yeah.
the things that we just to note that we have them, because I don't think that's ever been reported either.
I should also report, Admiral, that we have several suspects in custody related to the sabotage of the Achilles.
Oh no, I was meaning the aliens.
Well, that too.
Who? I mean, both those things.
The ones kidnapping Pend, actually. We've got the
Yeah.
fucking plot people. Yeah. Both of them are relevant, but...
Both of them are relevant. Yeah, I should actually be reporting both these. Nice. We have the suspects related to sabotage the Achilles, as well as some of the aliens who abducted, or were part of the group that abducted Captain Pend.
I see. Okay, I'll make a point of informing the security department here on station. Actually, wait, are they coming to Narendra or because that's Starbase 354, right?
Yep, that's your official designation.
Yeah. Okay. In which case, I'll inform security here at Narendra to prepare facilities for prisoners. Make sure that you forward any information relevant to Narendra Station security.
I'll have my security officer on that, Admiral.
Thank you.
We will also be coming in with minor damage. Nothing that's impacting our ability currently, but we will need some repairs.
Yep, that's part of your orders. We'll see to it.
Minor damage. There are holes through several decks.
It's just an impact. You're fine.
It's minor to the Achilles. What are you on about?
Exactly. It's minor damage. I can still fly and fight this ship.
The engineer sobbing in the corner. But
oh yeah,
the deck
absolutely.
plating, it's out in space, man.
Not all of it.
I mean, it is a breach.
Yeah.
Understood.
Well, people making my life harder.
Well then, I'll leave you to make your preparations and handle your red tape. I have red tape of my own. So, I look forward to seeing you again on your arrival back at Narendra. Rear Admiral Grennan out.
Close
The computers-
comms. Sink back into the chair a little bit.
Grennan also sinks back into his chair on the other side, because oh boy.
And immediately call up the away team that I've planned for the Statius.
You calling them in here, or
I'm going to call them to the briefing room.
Okay. Who's being called up?
I am calling up Lieutenant Sham, Ensign Selak, Ensign Brymac, Ensign Morgan, Specialist Ben Zaresh, and a 2-person hoplite team.
Jam Rymac. Where the heck are you, bud?
Science.
Boop. Morgan.
I'll be right back briefly.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and Ben Zaresh.
Zaresh. There will also be 2 unnamed hoplites.
Well, I don't have to worry about them yet.
It's true.
That's a them problem.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Update.
I'm also going to check on Rylov's availability, because I would like him in the room for this briefing if his duties permit. But he's also very busy right now, so we'll see.
2 opportunity to escalation for the hoplite team being activated for this away team.
Spend.
Boop. So people start filing in. They'll leave the chief of security's chair open for the time being.
On Rylov, I don't know if you saw it because it got moved up pretty quick, but the NERDA transferred all the timestamps and relevant sabotage data that we found to you.
He also had to step away, so.
I just got back.
Ah, did you hear that then?
No.
Ah,
I got
I-
back just in time to hear he was asked to. He said he would be right back. So yes.
I put it in Roll20, but it scrolled up pretty fast. Minerva sent all of the timestamps and relevant sabotage information to Rylov after the diagnostic. So you have all that.
Lovely.
And then the other thing is there is a request, not an order, for your presence at a briefing that Commander Thralic is hosting for an away team. It's basically dependent on how, if your duties permit.
I mean, I can delegate. I've got an entire security department.
Sure.
And the sensors and stuff are back now, so that helps. That's why I couldn't do a thing.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost like we have an incredibly specific bioweapon that was used on the ship, and I would like to direct people because we couldn't find the Ushantor, right? That was used. It just wasn't around anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was almost like if it was covered in a specific kind of thing, maybe we should just have someone do a specific scan for that.
Mm-hmm.
Find
Looks
me where
like
the hell
that-
that is on the ship.
Sounds like a certain Ensign Ben's going to get a call from security in a moment.
Yeah, it's like
Mhm.
Yeah.
coordinate with whoever you need to find that and then secure it.
All right,
If there's
folks.
multiple sources, that's a problem.
Thorlok
aside
and
from
Relif.
The thing.
Sorry. Thorlok and Relif are in the room. Of course, other players may want to take up start claiming their support characters now because they're going to be going on an away mission. So they may be coming up. And you may have questions that you'll want answered before they leave.
Yep. Anybody
Uh,
who wants to take anybody, feel free.
I'll take Silac.
I'll take Benzarish. Or Benzarash.
I'd just call him a K.
It is shorter.
Who's been grabbing the reins of?
Who hasn't been taken?
Rymac and Morgan, I believe.
And Chang.
What's
And Cham.
Morgan's?
And Cham, sorry.
Communications.
Morgan is communications. You know what? I'll try Morgan. I've been playing a lot of science with Rymac, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna give something else a
Operations, communications.
yeah.
Computers and economics.
Yeah, cool. I'm down for this.
Of course you are.
Fascinating.
And a Betazoid. So
Oh,
All right, people. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll keep this brief. You're being assigned to the Statius on a potential long-term mission. You'll be coordinating with the U.S.S. Wildfire once it has the opportunity to come to our location. Couldn't find words there for a second.
That's actually the
That is
opportunity to fuck. Okay.
As soon as this starship can get light.
It's playing a different type of game now.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the Freedom class does have that really big phaser cannon, just kind of dangling under the saucer
God.
section.
sorry, children.
What have I started here? As soon as the Wildfire is able to rendezvous with the Statius, you'll link up with them, and they'll be in charge of overall mission. Until then, it'll be your job to pursue the information we have as to Commander Jaishu's whereabouts. And I'll slide a pad over to Lieutenant Cham. Lieutenant Cham, you're in command of the Statius for this mission. This is our best lead at the moment, a location for where one of the ships was heading. I expect you'll be able to find some information there. If not, wait for the wildfire and be prepared for a full investigation. Any questions so far?
Do we know if the area we're going to has any specific anomalies, Commander?
You should expect the same anomalies we find throughout the Shackleton, but unfortunately this area is not highly mapped. So you'll have to be vigilant.
And are we going for speed or safety?
Balance them.
Understood.
We don't want this trail to grow too cold, but it won't do us any good if you all go out there and get yourselves killed. Your orders are to get sensors on that system. You'll likely be able to reach it before the wildfire is able to get there. And so, using the Statius's stealth abilities and its sensor suites, you should be able to gather preliminary information. It is primarily a fact-finding and not a rescue mission until the wildfire arrives. Is that understood?
Understood, Commander.
Good. Commander Rylov, do you have anything to add?
We know that the life forms and the vessel they were on that we apprehended personally are one of a coalition, and that their particular environmentals are immediately toxic to most humanoid type life forms. I would bear that in mind for any stations, structures, habitats, etc. that you might encounter and wish to investigate. It might well be worth the time to bring
Eva suits.
Eva suits. Yes, I don't know how I forgot what the hell they were called for a second, but I did.
Has the universal translator been updated with the L's linguistics?
We can make sure that you have a copy of what we've been able to work out. Bear in mind that some things are not exactly direct translations, given they have a communication that also goes through pheromones. That is not to say that they're going to be the only species, it is a coalition. There may be others that we have not yet directly encountered, though they all seem to be under the same, I would say, federative banner rather than government banner. I think federative is a word.
Sounds like it is.
Or coalition. I mean, it is called the coalition, so never mind. Yes, they're under the same coalition banner. Haha. They did specify that they normally do not partake in kidnapping, though the allusion to that was unless they were paid well enough. These are likely mercenaries. If you can find out who their employer is, that would be invaluable.
How long do we believe it'll be before the wildfire catches up to us?
Oh, that's a good question. GM, what's... Like, I know where we are in space and the wildfires. Okay. You'll be operating on your own for approximately 5 days. That includes 4 days in system.
Okay, understood.
Well, it looks like we're going to have to pack for the long haul then.
Well, I'll at least get us there in one piece.
That being said, if anyone presently here has distinct or even slight issues with anyone else who has been selected to go, I would suggest a mention of that be made to myself later, rather than being cooped up with someone you don't necessarily get along with for 5 days. Not saying that you all hate each other, but some people we just don't quite work together as well.
One of the hoplites elbows the other one, and the other guy waves him off like asshole, and just they smirk at each other, and they said sorry, and they grim up.
So they get a slight look from me as well, but
So the person in the chair is like,
it's like you're in trouble.
yeah, the person in the chair is like, yeah, the commander's right across from us. No, that's freaking shush.
Not to worry, there's a real security officer aboard.
There is.
Yeah, there's two of them.
I'm sorry, where's the second?
Alright.
This is a nice
That's
table
all
we
for
have.
That's all for the primary briefing. I'll leave a more precise briefing for Lieutenant Sham once you're on board the Statius.
Understood, Commander.
I'll look around the table one more time just to see if anybody's hesitant or anything. And then dismissed.
Gaining momentum, by the way.
Ow.
One of the hoplites says, Commander?
Yes.
Sorry. Commander Ryloff, I think I need a word.
All right. We'll go off to do that.
And Ben Zerash will requisition EVA suits, a med kit.
Oh, he already has a medkit.
Okay.
He has it as part of personal.
Yep.
So, EVA, any other requisitions for the ship, for the shuttlecraft?
Well, we'd get engineering tools and scientific scanners just from the rolls, wouldn't we?
Yeah, you get your standard issue stuff.
Yeah, I think EVA suits are just the main thing.
That's just an opportunity cost. No, it's opportunity per. It's escalation after. So, how many suits are you bringing along?
I need one for everybody.
So
7?
Yeah.
you only pay for the. You don't pay for the hoplites because it's presumed that if you guys have it, they'll have it because they're a detail. So details mimic
Right.
what the main guys have.
So 5.
So that'd be 5 momentum. That'd be 4 momentum and 1 threat.
Yeah.
So that has EVA suits all around.
Akira is basically acting as medical for this mission. If there's anything he wants to bring back in case he needs to stabilize Commander Jaishu.
He's got a med pack. I don't know.
A neural thing costs an opportunity because it's not standard issue in net packs.
A cortical stimulator, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get a cortical stimulator.
Okay, that's a threat because costs 1 opportunity. So cortical stim. Phaser weapons.
Is there anything that the shuttlecraft needs for a mission of this length that it's not equipped with?
Does it come with the array and micro torpedo standard? It doesn't cost you anything like escalation?
No, that's just what it comes with.
Oh, hell me. That's a runabout, that's why. That
Yeah.
answers that question. It's taking up 2 slots, so.
I'm assuming it's got enough replicator fodder to feed us without any concern.
If it takes, actually, you will have an issue with long haul because you won't. This thing isn't equipped for long haul missions. That's what the Danube class long haul model is for.
Or the Delta Flyer, but it's currently in pieces.
So there will be a command test once they get there, because it's a matter of maintaining discipline and order on the ship, because you've been cooped up in a ship that's not really meant for week-long excursions like this.
Well, can we at least stock extra rations or bottles
Extra
of
comforts?
atoms or whatever? Well, no,
For-
just like so we're not so food and water that doesn't and life support doesn't become an issue.
I'll take it as a threat to have extra supplies, yeah.
Okay.
Because that's not standard issue for the Statius, but you can bring along a extra emergency supply pack.
Right.
Anything else?
Nothing I can think of.
I mean, honestly, if we're going to be scanning for a couple of days, and then the wildfire's going to catch up to us, we can probably just get the rest of. And if we need anything off them, then.
Well, yeah. Assuming everything goes smoothly.
Which it won't.
Exactly.
But we can't plan for every eventuality, because the shuttle doesn't have that space.
Right.
Yeah.
But we can carry like extra rations and stuff, you know.
Yeah, the extra ration box, like think like a big old like Hope chest or a Foot Locker that's just packed with like little MRE things and freeze dried water or whatever, you know.
Freeze dried water.
It's called
Yeah,
ice.
yeah.
You
Just
don't
add water.
freeze.
Dehydrated water. Haven't you heard of it?
It's the 24th century. Get with it. Jeez.
Yeah.
The Andorians invented the damn stuff.
Yeah, it's basically everything's just in gel form.
Yeah.
It's Tang. It's Tang.
It's super hydrated gel.
Nutritional gel. You mean water? No, I said what I said.
It's been
Oh, you.
It's
you will
chewy.
wish and pray that this is water.
it's been 300 years and we're still drinking Tang.
Uh huh.
They survived the Third World War somehow. Like, how is that even fair?
It's not. If anyone has an idea for another directive, let me know. But those are my directives for the Statius Jam.
Those are gonna be yours so far. I'll add those into the thing.
Yeah.
A directive could be try to obtain information on the people who hired them.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that's probably covered on Investigate the Abduction.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I would say that's
Um,
general enough to cover that. I would think so anyway, because that's information relevant to it.
Mm-hmm.
Try to.
Oh, Admiral. What's the Admiralty focus, by the way? Because they have new orders now. This would apply to the shuttle because they're an extension of the Achilles through that mean. That's aimed at Vin.
Mm-hmm.
Admiral, yoo-hoo.
Yes.
Yoo-hoo.
Yes. I am here.
Is Hogan's Heroes? What Admiralty focus do you want them to have now?
Oh, okay. I'd say probably strategy and tactics.
There you go. So everyone on the shuttle has benefit from that as well. Oh.
Nice.
Like, I want something for Directive 4 here about, like, maintaining the safety of the Statius.
No, you can make it that. Just maintain safety of Statius.
Yeah. Objective 5. Don't disappoint the captains.
Yeah.
Case law says that's an illegal directive because it's too subjective and can result in unfair evaluations of missions.
Well, that sounds like a them problem.
Hey, if you want to take it up with the first committee, that's up. That's all you know.
I mean, to be fair, we're currently taking up a lot of things with the first committee.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's a good one to add to the list, but here we are.
Yeah. All right. Cool. They've got their directives, their orders.
Lieutenant Commander, you said to mention anything if we had a problem, and how do I say this? I don't have their record is not bad or anything. They don't have any write-ups or anything, but it's more of a vibe, a feeling that I get off them that just makes me uncomfortable. Ensign Vern Morgan, the communications officer.
Mm-hmm.
They seem very. I guess the best way to say it, sir, is they seem very private, very closed off, which, you know, we get that in the hoplites. Some people just don't want to talk about their past. You know, you're not exactly an open book yourself, but for some humans and certain species, that's normal. For a betazoid, that is highly irregular. So I don't know if I have a real problem, but you said to bring up if anything seemed off. I'm bringing it up.
All right, I appreciate that being mentioned. I will see that this is resolved. Thank you.
Sir. And they'll catch up with the rest of the team.
That is, let me quickly look and see, are they another one of the recent transfers?
Yep.
And the hoplite, I'm guessing, isn't.
No, the hoplite's been as an established member of the ship.
How long before that ship leaves?
The Stadius?
Stadius? Yeah.
Inside the hour, they're still in the shuttle bay prepping and getting stuff together.
Okay, well, as much as it's unfortunately a hoplite bringing it up, and I unfortunately a hoplite. Only slight sarcasm doesn't really like the idea of the hoplites.
Yeah.
Seem a little state
That's fair.
policey.
We'll pass that on to Thralik under the note of, while we do have unknown events occurring and an unknown number of potential dissidents is perhaps the appropriate phrase at the moment. I don't know. Dissident sounds actually terrible, so we're just going to continue going with saboteurs. And given that they are acting outside of the norm for their peoples, that might warrant looking further into. Either I can look into their records now within the time frame before they leave, but that could cut down on how long I have to do things before the departure, or we can pull them from the mission. But that call would be yours, just to make you aware of that.
That sounds like a very delicate thing.
It does.
Yeah.
See where the hoplite wasn't exactly keen to bring it up. It's like, but you asked me, so
It's
I'll
like, I
tell
did
you.
ask. So,
Yeah.
like, he probably doesn't bring up to Thralik the name of whoever brought it up, even though he mentioned he had something to say at the start. He's just not saying it. It's,
Yeah.
just, it's not relevant.
definitely,
It's just that it
that's-
was brought to my attention.
Mm-hmm.
Go with Specialist Click. He will protect the hive.
Yeah.
I worry about Specialist Click's existence, but that is for entirely different reasons.
Specialist Click may have been excluded from this due to a personality conflict.
But like,
Just a suspicion.
The
I
only
can't
reason the other shuttle made it back was because of Interclick.
That is true.
Uh-huh.
But I can 100% go through and review what we have on her
Yeah.
within it, or try to as fast as I can within an hour. But that is further things.
Yeah,
And I would
no, I'm
really
going
rather
to-
not give the hoplites and security guide an instruction. Keep an eye on them because they might be a traitor. Because that sounds terrible.
Yeah, no.
There's like, Interclick's not a traitor.
Yes, he is.
Whoa.
Wow.
Slander against a standing enlistee. That's
Wow.
bring that up with the master of the boat.
Uh-huh. Commander, make a brief investigation of this. It wasn't a conflict that the party in question believes will make the mission untenable, though, correct?
Correct.
Or their participation? Very well. See if you can dig anything up. If not, we'll continue as planned.
Yes, Commander. Oh, Captain. It's like the brief pause of, oh wait, Captain. Yes, it is Captain.
Don't worry, I'm still getting used to it too.
Oh, good. I have more distractions.
Yay.
This is where I need to ask. No, I mean, it's like, do I ask you, counselor, if I'm violating their rights?
Violating whose rights?
Exactly. If you don't know, you don't know.
Are you talking about the Starfleet officer?
Yeah. I mean, they're not being talked to. It's just actually looking over their profile to see if anything that's being brought up is abnormal.
My position is always that you need to consult with me.
Yeah, I know.
Uh-huh.
That's tragic, isn't it? Too bad I'm not being made aware of these orders. So.
Yeah, I haven't
Not
gotten around
make
to
you
it
aware
yet.
of the secret note I'll put in your secret file.
Yeah. No, that's not even a joke. Brylov just doesn't know.
Yeah,
And I think
no.
it was a point that was made at the during last episode that he's not going to be made to know.
He is going to have to be made to know. That's something that's on Thralic to do now that I've named you XO, and that this is not, like, temporary.
Oh.
Or that it's less temporary. So I do need to have that conversation with you at some point. It's just been hectic.
Fair enough.
Actually, McClellan will come to the bridge because he doesn't need to go on the shuttle mission anymore because the communications came back up. So
Yeah.
he can just go to the bridge and be helpful.
When he comes up, we'll say, Commander, I'm glad we were able to restore communications ahead of schedule.
Yeah, yes, sir. I obviously formally withdraw my request for a shuttle as it is no longer required. He smirks at that because technically he's supposed to tell you that, but
Yeah. I'll nod and I'll say, thank you for the formal withdrawal, Commander.
Timely formal withdrawal, even.
Yeah.
This is Auxiliary 2 to Lieutenant Commander Nanuda.
Go ahead.
I was about to do a rescan of our engines while we're in flight, just to test to make sure our sensors are calibrated, if you don't mind. I don't know if you were doing your own experiment on your end down in engineering or not, so I wanted to check with you first.
Is there anything unusual about this, GM?
Insight engineering difficulty 2.
Take a threat for bold in the third die.
Certainly. Oh, I forgot to spend 2 threat. That's my bad. Sorry. Oh, you
Don't think I
There we
have.
go.
Any focus to throw at this.
What, you don't have focuses on proper protocols of an engineering bay? Jeez.
Still
Who
hit
this
it.
guy bribed to get the job? I mean, sorry, what? You made it? Hey, I could say all the crap I want. It's not like I'm the one who's getting blown up if you get mad at them. It's a little unusual. It's sort of thing you do when you're status green and you're just kind of doing, in the science department just wants to do experiments. But one, he's not a member of the crew. He's from the Odyssey. He's not, of no background he has on the topic, really. Archaeology would be the closest guess. He's not exact. He has terrible engineering. Like he has the minimum required to be helpful to. He has it's outside his bailiwick, so it's very much a theoretical thing that's odd for him to do.
This is McClellan we're talking about?
Yep.
Any reason you think we need to do this, McClellan? Particularly?
Well, a particular reason, I suppose. Well, the thing is, as you're probably aware, I'm not exactly great at. I don't have a lot of cross training with the engineering department, and I'm trying to get some cross training hours in since I'm not in the Odyssey, and as by way of sort of apology for alarming you, I guess.
For alarming me?
Yeah, but the whole thing in the medbay and stuff.
Oh, okay. Wait one. And
Sure.
I'll go up to the bridge. All right. If you're wanting cross training, let's cross train you.
All right.
And I'll give him an assist to do what he's trying to do, and also make sure that he's actually doing what he's trying to do. I'll trust these time cops.
Give me insight engineering difficulty 1.
Okie dokie. Let's just be stupid and roll it flat. Huh? Just got it.
The scan looks like something that it's not a scan. Actually, you're a senior officer. You've probably done that. You might have served long enough.
Right.
This is something that was done back in the Dominion War. It was sort of a changeling check to see if anything was hiding in the nacelles. And it looks like that's what he's trying to do. And he's actually, let's see if he does it. Hold on.
And I'll assist him to do it as long as it's not anything that endangers the vessel particularly.
Reason engineering or insight engineering to assist.
Okay. Yep. No help for me. That kind of day.
You can see he's trying to do it, but there's a lot of stuff he's not. And it's been a while since you've done it, because changeling checks were standard issue during the war, but it's been 8 years. No one does that kind of check anymore, except unless you know there's a changeling aboard, and they haven't broken the Treaty of Bajor in that time.
All right.
But because he's trying to do that kind of something he saw from memory.
Okay. Well, can I take over and do it?
Yeah, sure. And he kind of steps out of your way to watch what you're doing.
It's what? Reason engineering?
Yep. He tries to assist you.
Sure.
I wouldn't depend on him. Just heads up.
Quantum phase mechanics for a focus?
Yep.
All right. Diff 2, you say?
Yep.
Take a threat for the third and bold. There we go. Finally.
It helps you. So 4 momentum generated.
All right. Sorry, it's been nigh on 10 years since I've done one of these things.
Hey, is that a? Oh wait, no, that's just gunk. Someone should probably clean that.
So anything show up on the scan?
Searching through it, you notice that the engines need a good cleaning. Because that level of scan lets you know it's like looking at your teeth and seeing it in the mirror, and then there's taking a microscope, like taking like a magnifying glass and magnifying every little fleck. It's because you're looking for very minute changes. So the engine, you notice every tiny blemish that's in the cores, in the nacelles.
So can this be done while we're flying, or does that need to be a starbase thing?
You can do it. Ideally, you do it during flying. That's what makes it hard. Normally, this is a check you'd only be able to do from a starbase, but operationally, you were supposed to do this every shift to quickly check the nacelles for anything. Currently, there's nothing.
Yeah, I mean the cleaning process.
Oh, the cleaning process? It'd be diagnostic level 1 for the engines. Ideally, but honestly, it's something you do at starbase. They have better. It's just easier and safer overall. But in theory, you can do it out in open space.
Okay, well, I'll put that on the note for our next starbase repair to McClellan and go. Any particular reason you're wanting to run this particular scan, Mac? Mind if I call you Mac?
A little. Alex is fine. He furrows his brow. It's a good luck charm. We would on another ship I served on, we would do this every so often, even after the war, to kind of just to be sure everything was all right. And I just feel a bit better now that I know that. I mean, not that there weren't going to be any changelings, but
If there was,
I would be. It's one of those ticks that kind of stick with you,
And Nerdert kind of narrows his eyes. I got 5 favors with you, Mac. You're going to tell me the truth.
You can spend a favor with him. He will fess up completely if you press him on it.
I'll spend a favor because that's kind of an unusual thing.
Look, he kind of looks at Thralek's back, kind of comes a little closer, and there lowers his voice. And he's not talking out loud to the bridge. One thing I learned with my time in the Gamma Quadrant is that some species are able to hide themselves or their equipment in the cells of a ship, not just Starfleet, but any ship. It's very difficult. It's very expensive. Requires Gamma Quadrant parts, and this scan would pick up those sort of things without alarming anybody. I just wanted to look into something without looking into something and try to cover it up. Sorry to lie to you, but I wanted to make sure that this wasn't some Gamma Quadrant cartel or species or whatever. And like, you and I get along fine, minus the whole time thing, but
Was it my fault?
I don't know the Achilles. I only know it from reputation, so I don't know how much I can trust everyone here.
Well, fair enough, but I don't think you have to be quite so suspicious. Anybody objecting would have told you more than perhaps even the scan itself would.
Crews tend to stick together and lie to cover up for their fellow officers.
Yeah.
I don't know what you might be implying, DM.
Sometimes they even do it when they're not on the crib.
You seen any of that going on around here? Says the guy who's been here for like a week and a half.
No, but I don't know. Just too many bad things happening at the same time.
Yeah, you're telling me. All right. Well, do you get any other bright ideas that engineering might be able to help out with? Just ping me.
I'll try to think of something.
Well, fair enough. Meantime, don't go admitting any chronoton radiations. It's suspicious. I give him a wink, and then I'm gonna head and actually, I'm gonna go see the crystal. I've been meaning to check up on him since it returned. Them since they returned.
Where's Ven off to?
Well, now the computer stuff is all sorted. Presumably, I'm just going to be needed on the bridge.
There's the job I had for you.
What was the job you had for
security
me?
had for you.
Sorry, I had to step away for like 12
No,
minutes.
you're fine. The one weird damn toxin, the one really, really specific, oddly incredibly specific toxin that works on Andorians, that's in an Andorian, that you
Yeah.
could scan for. It's one of those, it's so like, the idea is that you could hopefully scan for something that specific and uncommon. I'm not entirely sure if that's possible, but
because what we're trying to search for traces of the original toxin.
Traces of the weapon it was on, or traces of it presumably on the weapon it was on, potentially on anything else. If there is more of it on the ship, then that's a concern.
Got it. Because if we can isolate the actual toxin.
Yeah, it's kind of got a benefit of might help her, but also mainly looking for the murder weapon as far as the security aspect goes.
Okay. Didn't we have something that we suspected was the murder weapon?
We don't have it. That's the problem.
No.
It's gone missing.
All right.
Rasther Sharik's Ushan.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I remember that part. I just I didn't remember if we had actually found it or not.
No.
I guess not.
No. The GM made it as like a one-off. Like, I think he spent a little bit of thought and was like, "But you can't find it. What do you want about? Your guys didn't get it."
Yep. Yeah, let's just hope that he didn't like throw it in a replicator and dematerialize it. Let's hope it's too personal of an item for him to do something like that.
That's kind of the hope, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, gonna scan for traces of that toxin, or actually, are Ushan Tors made of any like specific metals?
Depends. Like, there's traditional metals one would use, but you know, it's a steel. It's a type of polysteel alloy, like a lot of blades used in Andorian metal working.
Yeah.
But you can make it out of any good strong metal. But if you're going traditional, then there's a very particular metal you would use. So
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason we're not doing that is we have a lot of Andorians on this ship, and a lot of them are armed.
Yeah, I know, but I do want to include it in my I want to include some of those metals in my scan because who knows, it could be helpful.
Just make
Sweet.
sure they're not codependent.
Yeah. I'm gonna spend 3 momentum sensor operations focus.
yep.
Cool. Reason science is my good roll.
Yeah. Gain 3.
Cool. And you know what? Nope. But I do still have a free because science officer. Ah, damn. Okay, yep. Okay. Do I have any inkling as to when it may have left? Whether he did do exactly what I thought he did. Yeah. Then stands up, sort of approaches the commander and says, Commander, I need to run down a lead. It's gonna be weird, but I have to run to the forward lounge.
All right, Ensign.
I'll let you know if I find anything. And of course, I'll keep Commander Rylov in the loop.
Oh, please, for the love of God, take someone with you. Every time you do this, you get punched.
I was about to say the same thing. Take security with you, please.
He doesn't even need to take security. Just take someone.
Yeah,
Yep,
buddy system.
Take your favorite Romulan that is trying to build you a new arm.
Actually, I was gonna bring my ensign friend, Saral.
Oh yeah. I am sure she will love you for this.
Oops, I got our rank wrong again. I haven't updated their tokens in a bit. Yep.
So, Ven will sort of give Saral an update on what he found and what they're looking for, and very much look, we just need to go and we're gonna go into the forward lounge. We're just gonna pretend to be not off duty, but like, we were given the rest of our shift off, and we're just taking it easy in the lounge. Nothing to see here.
As you head down, Satrira looks over her shoulder. All diagnostics done, Captain? Course, or do we stay all stop?
Lay in course for Narendra Station. As soon as the Statius is away, we'll lay in at Warp 8.
Warp 8, Ranger Station I. Pending Statius launch. This is Khan to Shuttlecraft Statius. Are you ready to take off?
Are we ready to set off?
I've got that. Looking into her papers I need to do. Her documents.
So there's a security hold on launch.
Well, I mean, I had an hour before launch to presumably...
Examine her papers carefully.
Yeah.
Give me reason security difficulty of
Difficulty of I don't like you.
5.
Got it.
Yes, there's
Reason.
nothing suspicious about her.
Yeah. Well, allow me to say I have paranoid. Is this hurting me or helping me here? Lovely. I'm looking for documents under the floorboards.
Nerd.
I don't imagine subtle directly helps the roll, but
No, but it'll make it so it's not immediately obvious what you're looking into.
none of that does. Wary. A task to notice or detect an enemy or hazard? Question
Yeah.
mark.
Yeah.
Penned. Penned. Why? No.
Hey. Next week, it's the captain's duty to do this.
Yeah.
It ends up normally falling to me when you're not here. But yeah. We'll.
Captain pawns it off to somebody else.
Yeah,
Typical
Oh,
Endorian.
ADHD is a thing.
I'll slap the star cross on this one. The double my focus range, just because why not? While I go with investigative techniques as a focus, because I feel like that's appropriate here for some reason.
This bad boy can fit so many medals in him.
I've used one! What are you on about?
Slaps the roof.
Jingles.
You're the one with all the medals. I'm gonna fucking swing you around.
Are you trying to out humble each other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do not have any directives or anything to this, but that's fine.
Oops, I probably should pin the current directives for the Statius. Whoopsie.
I'll give you two momentum for threat.
2 momentum 4 threat, alright.
Oh god. Oh my god. Okay, so all of those are just high enough to not be crits, and then those two are crit fails.
Yeah.
Has a diff 4 at the moment.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, I have values that can definitely work
Probably.
here.
Hopefully.
I mean, my loyalties to the chain of command. trying to find out someone who's working against that right now.
No, I wouldn't take it here.
Also, don't forget to check our mission directives. Because we did just get a whole new set of 5.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yep. That unless they're loses these ones as well, they're gonna.
Yeah, maintain safety of the Stadius.
That one would fire for sure.
There's the reasonable belief that she is a bad person.
Yep.
The question is, do I just re-roll 5?
You could.
I'm gonna re-roll 3. So the
You
2
coward.
complications and one of the other ones. And those are both crits, so...
Nice.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8. And then there's the complication from Pend, but because I've got enough, I can just make
Gosh.
that not a thing. Yep.
So 8 on 4, so 4 generated minus 2, so 2 generated.
Yep.
According to a look through her files, it does appear that the ensign has some gambling debts back in the Alpha Quadrant, specifically among some Klingon betting facilities, some gambling debts that are pending and have collection services ongoing from the Ferengi Alliance, as well as the Orion Free Trade Association of Gambling.
Wow.
She is up to her eyeballs in, to put it in Latinum terms, she owes bricks on bricks. She's economically in trouble.
Huh.
You live in a post-scarcity society and you still manage. Something's wrong.
Yeah, like that's.
You had to go out of your way to find these places to lose money at.
Yeah, I'd say quickly do a communications check with a momentum to ask if anything related to those has contacted her recently. Or contacted the ship more broadly, because they might be going through someone else to get to her.
I'll take a momentum for that. There's no records on the ship communication system regarding her being contacted by any of those parties. It is actually noted in her file that she is pending a review from one of the lower committees regarding economic safety. Basically, the Federation trying to protect its citizens from exactly the situation she's in. It's like, we're post-scarcity. If you need help, the Federation will help you. Like, what's going on? Although you do need to disclose what's going. It's like declaring bankruptcy in a post-scarcity society.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you have to tell us what happened so we can help you.
And is this something she's declared, or it's been found out by other means?
It's being found out through other means, because they would be contacting the Federation saying, hey, we want to extradite this person. Like, hold on. So there's sort of a semi-automated process. But she hasn't declared it. She hasn't answered back to that claim. But you see on a record that they're trying to reach out to her.
Yeah, but as far as the ship's official record goes, nothing has actually reached her yet.
No.
And more broadly, there's nothing from those entities to the ship in general, like to no one else on the ship. Yeah.
Very likely because Starfleet Command's like, we're not telling you where that officer is. Well, she owes money. We don't care. Talk to the council. That's their problem.
Which is specifically a problem when we've got the council being problems.
Well, thankfully, it's a different part of the council. The first committee is the problem, really. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but also the first committee is the kind of people that can get access to that information anyway on a Starfleet officer, right?
That's true, yes. If there's any part of the council that could do it, it's the first council.
So it's like,
because even the economics people wouldn't get to know that. The economic counselors wouldn't. It's like, no, we talk to the first committee. First committee tells it to Starfleet. Starfleet talks to them. Why? That way we don't know. They can't ask us. Where are they? We don't know. How do you not know? That's not our job.
mm-hmm.
Well, this sucks. Too bad.
Yeah.
we've got
We're here to
enough
help out our
for-
citizens, not help you out.
Yeah. We've got a reasonable doubt on her, but nothing that says she's actually actively doing anything yet.
Yeah.
She doesn't happen to have any like let me take a look at thing, and I might make an advantage or try to make an advantage if it's at all possible. Let me just double check some things to see if one of them would make sense. Maybe. It would be more that she has an advantage that one of the people actually going on the mission has made friends with her to an extent.
For 2, you could do that. Yeah, she may have made friends already.
Like, she's been around for a couple weeks at this point, right? No. How long?
Since you left the ranger station.
So a couple weeks.
Oh yeah,
Maybe, I think, roughly.
it's been like
Time is weird at the moment. And whomst might that actually be?
Your advantage, you tell me.
Oh, okay, lovely. Hey, Akir, you're friendly.
Am I
Akir is
though?
actually really friendly.
yeah,
All right.
Actually,
He
yes.
has been.
yeah.
Well, I believe you. I just didn't know.
He's got good bedside manner as a combat medic.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or his good combat medic. Perhaps that's good bedside manner for a combat medic.
Well, you know, one of them.
Well, presence
One or
8.
the other.
He tries to be friendly,
He tries to be friendly.
but he's a bird, so you know.
But he's a giant bird of prey. So.
He's a giant bird of prey. But, we'll just call him up, or just, have a brief little... Listen, she's your friend. I can't tell you what exactly is going on with her, because that is a personal matter to her, but I'd appreciate you keeping an eye on her.
Yes, sir.
That is in full capacity. As in, that is an order.
Understood. Does Akir know that his friend Morgan is even like that? Does he might not know the extent, but does he know that maybe she might potentially have a bit of a gambling problem, or
Roll me insight security difficulty 2. Focus observation. He might have noticed something about her during her time aboard.
It's I'm not going to tell you what it is, because if you don't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell you, because that is actually a problem.
fair enough?
It's like, I'm allowed to know about your having debts. I really am not supposed to be just bandying that information around.
Yeah, it's like, I can't bandy the information around, and it's an order it's a my responsibility, not I'm asking you a favor to do it.
Right,
Yeah.
fair enough. So I'll spend the momentum for a third die. Ah,
Oh my god!
yeah, and I don't have anything to. Well, I guess I'll tell you what.
Funny.
Let's see if I got a
Maintain
value.
the
I can-
Lizarda, I
safety
think
of the
Maintain the safety. Yeah.
I think you just need to stop rolling dice tonight.
Honestly, my wings shield the wounded also could be vaguely
Yeah,
appropriate.
yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
I'd take either. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good lord, my man.
There you go.
There we go.
Complete reversal. Oh, those were 2 natural 20s too. Geez.
Yeah.
3 momentum generated. Yeah. Morgan's economics focus
Wait.
is based on her deep understanding of how to. She always has some quick rich scheme or idea that she read about, or investment book, or Orion free trade agreement, or it's always something with her.
Wait.
Now she says one day I'll make it big.
MLMs.
Yes.
MLMs, like she has all these ideas. The problem is, as far as Akira's learned, Morgan has never accomplished any of those things, because she says once she makes big, if she ever makes it big, she's gonna leave Starfleet and stake out her own thing on the frontier and try your luck. And it's like, yeah,
But you're still here.
that hasn't happened.
Okay.
And every time she tells you yet another scheme, there's like 10 different schemes that she's tried that have failed.
Fair enough. Yeah, I can see how that might be a security risk.
So it's generally whatever it is that might happen. We're not saying it's her fault or her.
Right.
Yeah.
That's enough for him to realize.
You're her friend.
Right.
You're also a security officer.
Right. It's enough for him to realize that she may have a bit of a problem, and that the kind of problem she has is potentially a security risk, because that's one of the main ways you get at people.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
All right. Good luck with the mission. And we'll let Thralic know that's happened, because it's like we can't pull her from the mission with that really.
Right.
It's flimsy to pull her from the mission.
I'll just acknowledge that. And
The camera swings over to Celia. Does Celia want to speak with Ross the Shark, or any of the L, or Ross the Shark's conspirator?
Well, it's a talk to all of them. It's right. You'll soon Commander Tharlic will soon want to interview you, and
why am I interviewing them?
I'm sorry, Rylov.
She keeps confusing us.
It's really funny.
Andorians and Romulans are the same thing and hadn't tried to kill each other for many, many years.
Yeah.
Yeah, Commander Rylov will want to speak to them soon. And as the ship no longer has a JAG officer, I'll extend my legal capacity to them to offer them counsel if needed.
Give me Presence Command or Con difficulty 2. This covers you trying to convince each group, each person. Well, the L as a group is a person, really, but this covers getting them all to give you a either to agree or give it a firm reason why they wouldn't want to, rather than just a no or I don't understand.
All right. The only two traits I see coming into that could affect this are agitator and lawyer.
Lawyer.
Focus in probably persuasion rather than Federation law, but I have them both.
Depends which way you want to come at it. It affects how they'll answer you back.
Yeah, I think of Federation law, right?
Federation law, okay. On the button. The L will tell you, though, that they appreciate your offer of assistance. They trust their quartermaster of their fleet to make the appropriate ransom payments. But until then, if they have a question, they'd love to ask you questions, and they actually will ask you a few questions about how Federation law works, how they are about bribery, what's their feeling, do they kill people for piracy,
See, I get the feeling that they do need help. They're way out of their league. It's like, no, you don't understand. There's no ransom. You might just spend years in a penal colony or just be deported, right?
Oh, we can be deported? Oh, great. We can go home. Right?
Well, yeah. That depends on who is. That depends on the judge of the case and the mitigating factors.
Oh, if we could shoot for deported, that'd be great.
That's why you would need someone like me is to convince the judge or the presiding officer that deportation is warranted and a penal colony is not.
We get to build our own colony? Ooh.
No.
Actually, kind of yes, but not in the way you think.
I mean, but it means we don't have to do pirating anymore. Privateering.
No. You'll go live on a colony where you'll be looked after and given everything you need, but you will not be allowed to leave.
That doesn't sound all bad, really. Could you give us details on that?
Selena
no, okay,
accidentally recruiting them to the Federation.
This is okay. What you want is asylum, which is close to what I just described, but where you actually get to go other places also.
Oh, that'd be good. Yeah.
Okay,
So we
yeah.
don't have to do pirating anymore, but we don't have to go to a certain spot and stay there.
Yes, this is why you would need my help.
I mean, yeah, sure. And that's the kind of conversation you have with them. It's they're like, we don't think we need you. You do need me. Here's why. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Like they're more than happy to, once you were able to get through to them, like, oh, I get what you, okay, let me explain some things to you.
Yeah.
I really like the idea they're just jazzed for a Federation penal colony, though.
I
Like,
mean,
even after this whole conversation.
I mean, they get out of
I just want
work,
to
you know.
escape a life of piracy is all.
to be fair,
Yeah.
it's not a bad gig unless you're like,
Yeah.
you want to fly Voyager, right?
Work for that Paris guy. How is he back again? I'm visiting somebody. I'm not here. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I'm visiting a guy that just so happens to look exactly like.
He's really into Les Mis, but you know.
So,
The other guy is, you explain to him and he goes, look, if the Sharix says you're good, then we're good. If not, I don't want to talk to you.
Very well.
All right, let's Rast the Sharik. We'll pull you aside. You would meet him in, I assume in private in the brig.
I assume there's some process where both the security officer on deck and Ross are both understand that, right, I need to meet with him. It needs to be in private, but also we're not lowering the security settings or whatever, right?
Well, there's two ways that the security guy would do it. You could either talk through the thing, and then the security guy would kind of step away, like he'd just be just outside the room if you needed him, or you would step into the field. He'd put up the field with the both of you in there, and then he would just turn up the sound so he can't really hear what you're saying. That's
what I mean, right? Whichever of those is the standard process for ensuring that it is a completely private conversation.
You have two options basically. To the security guy, it depends on how comfortable you feel talking to him. Do you feel in danger from this person?
No.
So you talk in the field because that maximizes. There's no way anyone could be listening in without breaking a lot of rules. But it does trap you in with the guy. So he can see you if you start yelling for help and turning blue in the face.
That'll just mean I agreed to become Andorian. That's how Andorians work, right?
It's like a press gang thing.
It's opt-in.
Yeah.
So you're
calling me Andorian.
So you're a lawyer, is my understanding? Like you are willing to represent me?
Yes. To ensure that you get a fair hearing and that your rights are observed, and possibly if the charges are unfounded, that we absolve you.
All right. So you're not Starfleet or nothing. You're not security. You're a citizen.
Yes.
So a citizen lawyer.
And a member of the Fourth Committee.
Fourth. Oh, you're a colonial. Oh.
Yes. And for disclosure, I was until very recently part of the First Committee, but I've put that work behind me.
So you know how it works. Okay, that's comforting. I mean, can I see some credentials? And you can pull up a pad and show.
Yeah, I'll hand him a pad, and part of that will be like, right, sign here if you want to go further, so that me and everyone else knows that this is what you wanted, and like attorney-client privilege starts when you push this button, right?
He looks it over and then he presses his thumb to the biosignature, hands it back to you.
I sit and take notes because it sounded like he was about to say something.
Well, here's the thing. I know who did it. I know who paid me. I know how it all went down. But I'm not saying a thing. So we're going to need to strategize around that. But I'll tell everything. You need to know what's going on so we don't get in trouble. Like, because I'm not going to lie, but I'm not going to say anything, you know?
There are two approaches. You can keep anything you feel is relevant to yourself, although you are correct, that will severely negatively impact my ability to defend you.
Right.
You can disclose, and so long as you're not so long as none of the things that you disclose make me criminally liable, then I cannot share those.
Well, yeah, you can't be an accomplice. Yeah, that makes sense.
So long as you're not discussing an active crime that you are committing at this moment.
Right? No, it's come and gone. I think we're good.
Okay, then yes.
As far as I know, anyway. So.
Then you're covered.
All right, so here's how it went, and we cut over to Penn.
This guy.
Dang. I mean, this guy read his rights, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. I fully intend on like keeping this like.
Oh yeah.
No matter what he says, no one's learning about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Telling anybody.
That's how the law system works. So.
That's not what the microphone I put on your collar says. That's a joke for legal reasons.
As long as I don't know about it, right? Sure, that's a great idea. Just
New York phone book and rubber.
Oh no, that is 100% like Rylov would actually get in so much trouble if he did that.
Yeah.
I believe Captain Pend is pinging up to the commander.
He is.
Are you inviting the commander down to your quarters, or are you just going to talk through the computer screen?
I'd prefer in person, but they'd have to wear an EVA suit. Or a hazmat suit.
Yeah. That's up to you, Thrall.
Is this after we're underway?
It would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless because I don't think there's anything else you need for the status. So the status can be away and doing stuff.
Yeah.
And you can Starbase.
I would want to stay on the bridge until the Statius is away. Make sure that everything clears. Then once we're at warp, I will head down to see the captain.
I mean, it did detonate when it left, but that's a different thing.
That's something for next episode.
I'll ask right now before we have to deal with it later. Maybe who's on the bridge? Are you telling Rylov he has to stay on the bridge, or are we putting a third on the bridge?
Probably putting a third on the bridge right now because I know you're still doing
it. Just wanted to make sure.
Yep. At that point, that would probably be Nanerda.
You get called up to bridge duty.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Look, our command structure is not quite here for this.
It's all right. I'm sure I can tell people to do things. You, bring me coffee. You, plot a course for wherever the hell we're supposed to be going.
and someone replace this chair with one that actually works.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't have any experience commanding from a bridge as a player. It's going to be overwhelming, so just ease yourself into it.
Fair.
All right, so I will ring the door.
Enter.
Step through. Buzzing. Captain.
You notice as you step through, normally when there's a force field, you would kind of it's just a slow down for a half second, then you keep going. This one, it's like moving through molasses. So you very slow motion, whoa, 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 and then you're through. Like it takes that extra bit of time for it to let you in.
You really have up some bioscreen filters on you, huh?
Well, yeah. Apparently, my recent adventures has left a bit of a lasting mark. I'd get up and welcome you in, but apparently grade 3 nerve damage is kind of sucks.
Understandably.
So going over the logs here, and what the orders seem to be as we're returning to Narendra. Congratulations are in order.
Thank you, sir. Here's hoping it's only temporary.
How do you feel about the orders?
I think that I wouldn't have chosen to leave the Achilles for a command, but I've been an executive officer for, what, 9 years, 8 years now?
Pretty much.
On paper, I'm ready for the job, and I have a decent amount of experience commanding the ship while you've been away. In various entanglements.
And how do you feel about the post? Like, how do you really feel about the post?
Well, sir,
I mean, you can sit down if you wish.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, this isn't...
She had just been standing at
Yeah,
attention, absolutely.
This is not formal. This is just...
Your suit creaks and squeaks as you sit, because, you know.
Yeah. Just sit down. Well, the ship is everything I'd want to command, sir. I know the Achilles like the back of my own hand. I know this crew. Our mission is always important and always moving from place to place. We get to be out on the frontier, and we get to be protecting the people back home.
That we do. And I assume you have a slightly better idea now of what's happening behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Penn looks a little ashamed. I have tried my best to not let it get this far. Obviously, my recent incapacitation and kidnapping kind of forced our hand, but I have tried to keep outside manoeuvring away from this ship and its crew for as long as I can.
Well, I'd say you've done a commendable job. Especially if everything I've gone through in the last day is anything to go by.
Yeah, the chair really does have pressures that no one really tells you about.
kidding.
Well, I don't know how long I'm going to be on Narendra. The fact that I've got some recovery and Asala needs to recover and hopefully, Jesus, need to rescue Jaishu. That's killing me. I can't do it myself, but
Got a team on it right now, and the wildfire's en route.
I know. I trust our people. It's just it's a personal thing. I'd rather be doing it myself, but
I can understand that. I just don't know how much you're keyed into mission operations right now.
not completely. I have a general understanding. It's like I'm not locked out the systems, but
Right.
as you're the head of the boat, I'm not gonna overstep my mark.
Well, I appreciate that.
Is
Crew's going to be asking a lot of questions in the next few days at least, and well, once we get back to Narendra, everything becomes official.
it does. I'll give a brief communique to the crew over the next coming days, just to keep them inform them of the transition. But primarily, I want to give you 2 pieces of advice, which hopefully serve you well, keeping my seat warm, hopefully.
Of course.
The first one is ask your senior staff what they think. Listen to them. Come up with a plan and follow through with it. Don't just stop. If you have an idea, a direction, you have to follow it. The moment you start to waver, the crew will feel it. And second, and I feel this is most important, while I'm not the best model of this advice, try not to go against Starfleet too much. Yeah,
Yes, sir. Of course.
I know that there's not every order is perfect. Not every situation allows us to follow the letter of the law. But as you can
Well,
see,
I've certainly learned from you how far we can bend them.
true, but you're also finding out the unseen consequences of doing that.
Snap back in your face. Yeah.
And once I get back to Narendra, I'll try and draw as much of it back onto myself and take it off your shoulders. But if you do decide to bend it as far as I have in the past, this is what happens.
Well, I'm not sure if I've got it in me to bend them quite that far, sir.
Oh, you'll be surprised of how quickly you build up enemies or people who wish you ill will.
I'm quickly finding out just how much of the captain's share is a political position.
No, I've been keeping it hidden quite well, but but yeah, it's if you do have any questions or wish for any advice, reach out to me. But I do know that you are a highly capable officer and well suited to the rigours of command. That's why I wanted you as my EXO, and why you're going to serve as a fantastic captain of a ship.
Thank you, Captain. That means a lot. Of course, now I have to work with Admiral Grennan.
Well, I mean, that's another negative, but you get used to that one. That's more of like a buzzing, like a gnat.
Maybe not quite how I describe it, sir, but to each their own.
Man.
My.
But yeah. No, again, it's not the best circumstances for this to happen. But I really am proud that you're taking the reins.
Thank you.
Uh,
I think it would mean a lot to the crew if we could arrange for a proper handoff of command. We'll see if your condition can permit it, but
well, if need be, we'll have to do it in a like a video situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really want to. Oh, Jesus Christ! What now?
Fitness plus medicine, difficulty 3, comp 4.
sitting here having an emotional conversation is too taxing.
Yeah, apparently.
Gonna freaking double over.
As you notice, Pend is kind of twitching as he's speaking. And as he's getting more emotional, it's actually starting to get a little worse.
Oh no. Oh no.
Traits. Tried and tested.
Diff for comp?
I'll go comp.
So it has a roll at the same time.
Commanding.
Not related, I swear.
Yes, this is all my fault.
Yeah,
I'm
it sounds about
actively using my Vulcan brain waves to get to the captain.
Damn, commissar.
Could be.
That's a psyker, not the commissar. Commissars aren't psychers, and anyone who says otherwise is a traitor or a heretic.
That is until we reveal that there is one, and the GM is now a heretic for countermanding the Imperial Truth. So
Exactly.
So when are we admitting that Pend is actually the Emperor of Mankind?
You have to be a zombie in a chair.
you're also not that tall. He's like 3 times taller than me.
To be fair, the Emperor of Man is projecting his image via fucking psionics, so he can be whatever the fuck he wants to look like.
The whole time he was a Tellarant. The big secret.
Just fucking with humanity.
It raises so many questions about the history of mankind, but you know.
Well, it's like, how do you think this like 12-foot tall person was just walking around throughout all of history, not being like noticed?
Wait,
Time travel.
it makes so much sense. One of his genetic offspring just decides to fucking cause the heresy.
The result of my roll, which is going to be important for Pandas for momentum, right?
Yep. Wait, no.
The I spit
diff was-
determination. So I got 6 successes.
But the difficulty was 3, yeah?
But it came down by 2 because of lawyer. You typed
Down
it
by
in the chat.
Down to 2, yes. Okay, yeah, I follow. Yeah.
Do I need to spend momentum to actually get Starfleet security on that, or can I achieve that through talking to Pender Thralic to get their help?
You'd have to go through the chain. You don't have
Okay.
that
Or Relov.
you don't have that kind of
No.
pull anymore since you left the first council.
Or can't go through
Yeah,
Relov, I
That's what I
presume.
expected.
Yeah.
Tiger of Narendra or commanding presence, but I doubt it.
No. But try test is definitely fired.
Yeah. Composure as a focus?
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll 6 challenge dice.
Okay. Oh god. I'm okay.
You get 5.
Yikes.
So I've hit it, and I'm just gonna squash. Because I gained 2, so I'll just squash with it.
Your due to the efforts that have been done by medical up to this point, it actually your class nerve damage degrades to 2, or improves to 2 is a better way to put it. It won't get any better than this without you being in a hospital. This is just the medication and bed rest and you not wandering around on your own. So the twitch is kind of there, and you remember, right, there's a thing you're supposed to do when this happens, and then you remember to follow the medical advice, and you actually find that you're able. It's your character probably is still effectively 3, but he's found coping mechanisms to work around it, so it's not nearly as distracting. He just has to remember to do certain things to account for it.
Oh, hey, good.
He's getting used to it now.
Good for you, Saleya. You actually generated momentum with that damn talent.
I have forgot to use it far more. I pretty much always buy at least 1 die on every roll. So, but I'd never remember to do it. So,
any advantage or questions you want to ask? Do you want to ask questions? You throw them in the thing. Otherwise, let me know what your advantage is. Because those are bonus. Those flitter away.
oh, I thought they were okay.
Nope. Yeah, they're explicitly the kind that vanish.
The bonus ones have to be used immediately, or they go away.
Yeah. I mean, fortunately, bonus momentum can still be very useful.
Yeah, because that we get to ask questions, create advantages, and you're not hurting the pool.
The bonus that I got it. I got to type it out right.
Yeah, probably should. Yeah. So we'll continue your conversation. That's just those rolls just happen at the same time. You notice that Penn's kind of starts switching. He just kind of takes a breath, grabs a hypo spray, kind of jams himself in the leg, puts the hypo spray down, and then the shivering stops.
Drinks a cup of cement and hardens the fuck up.
I'm sorry you had to see that. Like I said, I'm currently not in a position to lead right now.
We'll be getting you back to Narendra, where Dr. Efforts can get a good look at you.
The only thing I'd ask while I'm like this, essentially stuck in here, and while I'm at Narendra, is any update on this entire shit show. I'd like forwarding to myself. I would, while I might not be able to go out there and physically kick some doors down and shoot people, I can still make life a living hell for those willing to pick a fight.
I'll make sure you get that information, sir.
I appreciate it. Now, if you don't mind, I would prefer to be a bit of a cripple in private.
Sir.
Threllic, ESP can fire if you want.
Sure.
Richest mine.
Where the heck are you? There you are. Hold on. Do cutting up to the bridge. Do.
What to do with that?
Oh no! Is Penn bound for the beep beep chair?
What the fuck?
Wow.
What the fuck was that phrasing?
Bound for the beep beep chair.
Holy
Oh my
shit!
god.
I'm pretty sure Penn in his current state could still kick the shit out of Ven.
Nanerda, you have the bridge. There's the ship's underway. I assume green status.
Unless something has happened to cause us to go up, yeah.
So what you doing? Anything in particular you want to do for your short command of the bridge?
Ooh, yeah.
Get in
Always
line.
works out so well. That's right. I'll wind up in Belarus. So we're on course for Narendra. All is apparently well.
You've lost contact with the shuttlecraft Steadius.
God damn it.
It's a Kasai. See if you can't. Oh, that's security. You there at internal systems. Who? Oh my God. Communications. Get me the Stadius.
Communications is security.
Get them back. Yeah, I'm so confused as to who is what.
Is this Kasai?
Yeah.
It could be Kasai.
Sai,
Yeah.
see if you can restore communications.
So I moves over to tactical 1.
Very well, Commander.
This is control plus engineering, difficulty 6, assisted by communications plus engineering. Complication range 4.
All right, I assume precision salvo, tactical systems, those aren't going to help.
Well, as you're trying to shoot them with your torpedoes, but I think they're out of range, and you'd have to acquire the target in the first place.
Nanerta will assist.
Yeah, I was already going to say, Commander, your expertise is required.
Do you want me to make the roll, or?
Let me double check. Yeah, because if it was control security, this would be a role for Kasai.
Okay.
But
yeah, that's the strange thing about communications being a security task, is it's done with engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's give you. I'm going to spend a determination on the thing everybody else has been spending determination on. Maintain the safety of the Stadius.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Then I will give you 1, 2, 4 momentum and 1 threat for 4 dice. Field dynamics or quantum phase mechanics for a foci.
Say the focuses again.
Field dynamics or quantum phase mechanics.
Field dynamics.
Okay, cool. And I think that will be what I can do here. Let's go. Ooh, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9.
And a complication from the ship.
I'll use a couple of those momentum we gained to quash that complication.
About time you rolled good. No.
Yeah, for real.
So yeah, you try every single subspace frequency, the emergency frequencies, the old frequencies that are used from 50 years ago, some of the old frequencies from 100 years ago. You even, just out of sheer completeness sake, use the old NX subspace radio thing, which is practically insecure and useless, but hey, it's a channel that ships can hear. You try everything. You hear nothing back, and there's no way they couldn't have heard you. You are aboard the Achilles, the one ship in the entire fleet that is acclimated to the Shackleton. The ship is not failing to hear them. Is not failing to talk to them. They're failing to hear you.
That's not on our end, in other words.
Yeah. You even get a quick confirmation ping just because you rolled so high. You get a quick confirmation ping to the Odyssey. You go, hey, do you hear us? It's like, huh? Yeah, I hear you just fine. You're loud and clear.
Oh no. Let me guess. Our little communications person on the other end is not picking up calls.
And the problem is, there's nothing we can do about it now because Thralic has orders and has handed this off.
Yep.
Yeah. See, unfortunately, I don't think Ninerta knows about those orders. Ensign Satira, change course to track the Stadius. Ensign Rymek, find them.
Change of course. Last known course. Control Con. Difficulty of 3. Assisted by. Sorry, I should be typing this. Bad habit. Con div 3. Assisted by NG Con.
Oh,
That's
crap.
the ship turned around and on the last known course.
And after giving those orders, I'll hit my little thing. Captain to the bridge.
Helm control is a focus. I'll spend a moment. Threat, because she has bold, sorry. Take 2. I'm going to spend a momentum as well. Reroll. Ship.
Blah, blah, blah. Course loaded in. Ship comes about. Warp speed.
Ooh.
How fast do you want to go?
What you've got there, course, warp factor 9.
Warp factor 9. Rymek scanning for ship. Reason plus science. Difficulty of.
I was gonna say, do you want me to do that, or does someone else want to take that?
That can't be Rymek. Rymek's on the Statius.
My bad.
Oh, sorry.
My bad. Stone's still here. But you could have another science person here, like Mila or.
Yeah. Mila can do it.
Give Mila some experience. I could even have their nameplate set up. That's how new they are.
Yep.
Oh, wait. A new replacement. Somebody shoot her.
Yeah. The only other scientist we have is outside of that is normally not allowed on the bridge.
Oh
Yeah.
god, and I have to do this with absolutely nothing.
I do have a favor
have
with
discrimination
Sub-Lieutenant
towards-
Laura.
You do,
Huh?
yes. You can always ask her for help from wherever she is on the ship.
Oh, the ship actually helped.
You can also use determination on a directive.
Yeah, you can
Oh.
directive for keeping the Statius safe, probably.
Yep. Can I do that, GM?
Yep.
Cool. She will do that, and
Cool.
take 1 and 4.
Boop.
I unfortunately do not have a focus on this, but
All you need is 3 hits.
yep.
Do none of the admiral's focuses help?
Strategy and tactics would be. the Admiral's
Strategy and
focus.
tactics.
At comp increase.
You know what?
Seems worth it.
I'll take it.
Mila was paying attention to that briefing she got like
There
all
you
5
go.
minutes ago.
Did not matter. So that's 6 hits, 7 hits. So that's 1
Ooh.
momentum generated.
Good
What a way to
job,
show up.
Ensign Mila.
Yeah.
First try.
Yeah, you find them. They're kind of flying through. There seems to be a rather dense pocket of storm that they flew through, and that's what kind of blocked your line of sight. But Mila is able to account for it, and she's able to spot where they are.
We've got them.
Get after him, Satira. Satrira.
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 Thralic steps onto the bridge.
I'll grab Satrira if it's necessary.
Commander Naruto, status report.
We lost contact with the Stadius. I did a complete communication sweep. It's nothing on our end. They're hearing us. They're just either unwilling or unable to answer.
And they're definitely on sensors, so they're still there.
Ensign Mila tracked them down. I've ordered Ensign Satrira to change course and go after them.
See.
Don't know what's going on, but with everything that's happened the last day or two, I didn't want to leave our people stranded out there if things have gone sideways.
Damn it.
Oh my lord.
What was that, GM?
That was
Rylov's
McCullen.
caught in a tornado.
That's McCullen being helpful.
Oh no.
Damn it, McClellan. Determination, buddy.
Ensure life and safety. That's a value he has.
Also, mission directives.
I mean, he doesn't need mission directives.
He generates a momentum.
That's more like it.
There we go. That's much better.
Better.
That's more like it.
We likey that.
I like to see.
McCullen walks over. Captain,
Yes.
that storm they passed through, I just double checked on the computer. We were tracking that storm. That's the one we passed through before. The shuttle navigation computer should already have it locked in. They would know not to fly through it. Unless someone removed it from the computer. Because I very much doubt that, or the pilot purposely flew through it, but there's no operational reason to go through that storm.
There's no reason to do that.
Especially not with a pilot like that, who's logical.
Seems like
Yes, the
somebody
pilot,
needed to go through that for some particular reason.
Afraid we might have put in a bad egg on board that ship.
If we suspect something's going on, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but should we not be approaching them with the yellow alert?
We should be. Yellow alert. Continue trying to raise them.
Just a quick little liaison. Talk to some space whales. McCullen goes over to his console, just waves his hands like, I don't know why I'm here.
I just kind of over my shoulder go, Commander, we don't get those sorts of missions.
Meanwhile,
Tragic, I get this
in a certain lounge.
Fly me to the moon.
Let me play among the stars. Sorry. Boop.
Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars.
Ben and Sarai step into a lounge. No, this is not the beginning of a joke.
Uh-huh.
It's the punchline. Turns around and smacks Van.
Solid. Solid joke.
The opportunity was there. I'm sorry.
Yep. No. I can't even be mad. That was just that was a solid joke. Okay, so we are going to go over to the replicators.
Insight engineering difficulty of 1.
Hang on. Insight engineering, you say?
That's right.
Insight engineering. Reverse engineering focus?
No.
Okay. Fair. Thought I'd try at least. Okay. Spending the momentum for a third. Get it back.
You know that in this lounge there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 replicators. These are the 2 primary replicators that most people would use if they're just going to replicate something, or they say, hey, server, could you replicate something for me? They'll go to these ones.
Mhm.
These floor replicators are more for like getting rid of glassware, trash. It's just a quick recycler, but it's also a way to go, hey, I need a fresh glass. You'd materialize a glass out there, or I want a brandy. They can replicate a brandy without having to step out of the serving area. And this is a sort of workshop area that allows people to do. It's more of a recreational replicator. It's used for stuff like if people have particular food or rituals that they do when they replicate food or de-replicate food or disassemble. Sorry, or just if they want to replicate like any other recreational replicator. It's like, hey, I want a baseball. You wouldn't go to the food replicators because people are trying to get food from those. Go away. You can step in there and you can do whatever you want, but like, so you know that's where all the replicators in this room are.
Okay. So Ven is going to go to a food replicator, order just like a glass of like a soda, like soda, like an orange soda, because again, apparently Tang is still a thing.
Orange.
Oh, 100%.
soda.
And
It gives
he
you
is-
lemon soda.
yeah. And he is going to take it
It's-
and go into the this replicator over here
Mm-hmm.
while sipping on sipping on the soda, and he's going to check and see if who is our primary suspect? Trying to remember the name.
It was Ras, long Andorian name.
Yeah. See if there is any record of him having used this replicator.
Reason science, difficulty 1, assisted by computer science.
Okay, reason science. I will spend a momentum again. No focus, but still. That's just a nat 1. Natural 1. So now I just need the ship. It's okay. I generated 3 momentum anyway.
And you're asking if he's ever used this one?
Yeah, I did recently.
Yeah.
Within the appropriate time.
Like within the appropriate time frame?
Definitely.
Is that a question?
That's the result of your check.
Okay. When was the last time he used it?
Within that target time frame, about It was a little bit after something happening.
What?
3, 4, 5,
Oh.
and then 2 more. Sarah, as you see Ven step in, he starts doing his scans and stuff. Both you and Ven hear a noise in the door.
Oh.
And as Ben is looking stuff up, the room floods with a gas. Fitness
Ah.
plus security. Actually, it's medicine.
I'm
Sorry.
assuming you're meaning this room rather than the entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what she's doing, but I'm going to let him roll first because he's the one who's immediately in problem.
Fitness medicine difficulty 5, Ven, as the room
Whoa.
floods with a gas.
Damn, I bet you wish you'd done the reading now.
Why are you like this?
Because I am sarcastic and I enjoy it.
I am going to give you 5. Determination spend, I think quick on my feet.
Yep.
Okay. Then I'm going to spend 2 threat, 3 momentum for 4 dice. Come on, big money, no whammies. That is enough.
So clearly, with you being an empath, like I can actually just manifest good sides on the other side of the door to help you, right? That's sarcasm. I'm not legitimately making a play there.
Okay. I was gonna start throwing things.
Oh, I know exactly what Ven is going to do next.
Yeah, so you're able to kind of you see you kind of hear and then look up and then you hold your breath and you've bought time, but you have 2 actions before you start passing out from just holding your breath.
Ven goes up to the replicator, presses a couple of buttons. You locked me in a room with a recreational replicator. I'm replicating a gas mask.
Okay, 1 second.
Actually, you're replicating a bomb.
Hey, you owe me 1 threat for creating something that's useful because you can't use opportunity at the moment.
Actually.
Oh, you might have bonus. Yep, that's true. Hey, thank you anyway.
Good to you anyway. Like every time I roll this thing.
You replicate a gas mask.
And Ven puts it on over his face.
Cool, your skin's irritating.
Ah.
I imagine
Your
Sir
eyes
Al-
start watering.
I imagine Sir also basically like, oh, that's what's happening. Turned around and be like, there is now a security emergency here. Please evacuate the area immediately.
This is the Achilles. No one might have a role on most ships. This is the Achilles. Even the civilians know. Yep. Bye.
Just like the
See you. Nope. We're all gone. Bye.
As Ven is laboredly breathing in here, he says, "Computer, activate emergency hologram in recreational replicator in forward lounge."
Do. There he is. Boop. What is the nature of the medical emergency?
Yes.
Well, get out.
leaving.
Door's locked.
Unlock it.
They're working on it.
Hey,
I mean, I haven't even started.
steps through. You open that door. Steps back in. What do you want me to do then?
She's
Keep
probably
my
not even
skin-
opening herself. She's just going to be like,
Keep my
Sir Al-
skin from falling off?
Yeah. It's like, Sir Al to internal security, I need a door opened on override. Because she's not an engineer. Like,
So that requires control plus security difficulty of 2 currently, assisted by structure security of whoever's up on the bridge who can do eternal security.
Yeah, which is Kasai. But there's also Sorrel doesn't have a gas mask or anything, so it's like I shouldn't open that door myself. I shouldn't be next to it when it opens. Who wants to do Kasai?
God damn it! He just
Sure, I'll take that. Sigh. Security.
Hey, so apparently, ship's still trapped.
Roll.
We still got some saboteurs.
I mean, you did fail the roll.
Yeah. Internal security systems jam.
Yep.
What role did I fail?
Not you, the engineer.
I will spend one, or I'll give you 1 threat for a 3rd die.
Certainly.
And reroll 1 with bold.
And to be fair, the computer core and the communications network isn't all the different things on board, particularly if they just went to this one particular replicator station to get rid of the evidence.
Yeah, and did some other booby trapping around it. But, I can also just make fun of you.
This is why you get reprimands. We found out.
It's all in good nature, though.
You're a screw up. It's in good nature. He keeps no. He's not. HR talked to him. It isn't malicious. It sounds malicious.
So what we're saying here is this evidence could be tainted by Vin.
I mean,
It's certainly tainted by chemical warfare.
So as the door opens, gas starts spilling out. The doctor can roll control medicine difficulty 2 to jab Ven with something that'll help him. Well, that'll keep him awake instead of passing out from pain.
Keep him awake and in pain.
Sure. What's the roll? Emergency medicine.
Yeah.
I will spend momentum.
So the EMH turns, replicates something, and then jabs Ven in the arm, and your skin itches, but the pain isn't overwhelming you into unconsciousness. The door's open, and gas is spilling out into the lounge.
Yeah, where's something that can be overridden?
Well, Ven is immediately leaving the room.
These are computer stations. There's computer stations in the bar as well.
Yeah, so we'll just go here and just put up a containment. By containment, like hopefully, we're watching for Ven to run out because he's conscious. The last we've heard, so we're just gonna okay, he's out there immediately behind him to contain the spread of this.
And actually, Ven, you can assist with this role with fitness security because you're trying to get your kind of racing the gas. You're trying to run away from the gas so they can put up a containment field.
Control security, internal security.
Yep. And you are overriding. You're right. So
yes, I am.
Yeah, telling a replicator to turn to make force field.
Yeah, but oh well.
Fortunately, fortunately, through all of this, one of my arms hasn't been in any pain because I have a cybernetic.
Yeah,
that is.
So that arm's just fine.
We'll give you a threat and go like that. And but she has bold, so hey. We made a momentum on that even.
Well, I also need to roll the ship.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I've got
Don't you dare. Okay, there we go. That's fine. That's acceptable.
I said, next week it's on you, Thralic.
Yeah.
The doctor just steps out of it.
I'm going to make a report to the bridge about this incident. Just like quietly, like turn around while the doctor and Ben are doing whatever they're doing. To just be like, "Hi, this is what's happening."
Yeah, pulls off his gas mask so he can get a better breath of fresh air. Taps his comm badge as he sort of sits down. Ensign Vend Engineering.
We cut up to the bridge as the bridge is getting lots of calls now.
I mean, yes, because I imagine all the people that left the room are being like, "There's a security emergency."
And I specifically told Thralic I was going to follow up on a lead in the forward lounge.
Yeah.
We getting any environmental alerts?
You would be, yep.
Okay, let's have the ship emergency vent or suck up the gas.
Control engineering, diff 2, assisted by structure engineering.
Okie
Smoky.
Let's make
Take
sure you
a
send the ins and out with the.
I was going to say, do you
Gas.
want Sarai to potentially assist that, given she's the person there with the internal security stuff?
She
possible?
could assist. She is there, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she's actively communicating with the bridge to be like, "Hey."
take a threat
Certainly.
or a bold fish. Well, still made it.
We helped you.
Yay!
Generating momentum. And the area gets quickly vented.
To space.
Just open the windows.
That's right. Let's place air out for a minute.
Yeah, if this was a sovereign, you could kind of do that, actually.
So, Ben, you're calling up to the bridge?
Yep. Vent to Nanerta.
Nanerta here.
We have a compromised system in the forward lounge.
You talking about the gas attack?
Yep, that's the one.
Yes, I
Should
have
be
to tell him.
vented now. Can you confirm?
You see the gas that gets sucked up like a super vacuum cleaner, or someone just playing the effect in reverse because it's cheaper for the effects guys.
They're playing the effect.
Point.
Sorry, that's good. Can confirm. You might want to come down here and take a look at this. Somebody clearly sabotaged the system in here to trigger when I looked into what could potentially be some very damning evidence.
All right.
I'll
Nanerta-
note to you, Ven, that you see that there's flashing amber lights. Your ship is currently at yellow alert. Also, you would have noticed out the window that that there was a brief all the stars came to a stop, and then they started going again. You dropped out of warp and then went back to warp.
What's our status?
We're having some communication difficulties with the Stadius. We believe there may be continuing sabotage happening there as well.
Oh, that's bad.
Yes, it is. I will be with you shortly. Nanerta to Rylov.
This is Lieutenant Commander Rylov. Go ahead.
XO, looks like we've got another sabotage system in the forward lounge. I'm headed there now to check things out. Didn't know if you wanted to have a security team on site as well to take whatever evidence you might need.
I'll make sure you're met by appropriate personnel.
Roger that. And I will grab my engineering kit and head down. In fact, I will stop by somewhere and grab an EVA suit, just in case.
Cost you an opportunity.
Okie dokie.
So one momentum gone.
But I know there has been gas there.
But it's not mission required to have it. So.
Right.
Yeah, you can hold your breath.
I'm in a dojo and I can do all sorts of things you people don't know about.
Sensor contact. We're within long range of the Stadius.
Get me readings on them.
Reason, science. Difficulty of 0 is close, 1 is medium, 2 is long. Answers plus science.
He wants to grab Mila.
I believe that was a Ven. But we do have whoever else.
Winchester? Do I grab Mila?
Who?
The science
Science
officer.
officer.
Oh, that's what Vin was doing, right?
He stepped away, I believe.
I'm here.
Oh, never mind.
Well,
Sorry, I just forgot that I was the one running Mila. Reason science, diff 2, sensor science, do. I'm going to spend a momentum.
Wow, greedy much?
That's a momentum generated back. So
Fantastic.
man, if only I had a focus, 2 of those would have been crits. Sensor lock is acquired.
All right, tell me what's going on over there.
It does appear to be the Stadius. Sensor reading is incoming now. How much momentum do we want to spend on questions?
Depends on what the baseline we're getting is.
That was the baseline.
That is the status.
That was the baseline, unfortunately.
Okay, any systems offline?
Yes. Are there any systems offline? That's a momentum spend. Communications are indeed offline.
God damn it.
Life science.
Yes, life science.
Oh, on the shuttle. Okay.
Yes, on the shuttle.
I was like, yeah.
In open
No, not-
space.
Not our communications.
It's like, we just fixed that.
No, there's a reason that they're not answering our hails, and it's because someone on their end literally turned off their communications. 7 life forms. That's the same number that we sent over.
Yes.
Time to go knock on their door.
7 life signs. Yep. Okay. Would appear that the crew of the Stadius is still over there. It's just quite likely that they don't even know that their communications are offline.
And we cut over to the Stadius.
All right.
Oh, last scene. Boop, 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 boop. And I need to grab these things because you guys turned around way faster than I thought you were going to, so I didn't have this preset. That's fine. That's fine. I can adapt.
It's like, well, actually, we don't know the order, so we're going to follow the standard protocol here, and that's to go
Yeah,
check
and
on this ship that's lost contact.
I decided not to say anything. Which I know is going to be a ding. Don't worry about it.
So aboard the Stadius.
Yeah.
So you're flying along. You're at warp 9. You're heading toward the target system, following the trail. You just got through a very bumpy ride. The pilot kind of got blindsided by the storm that somehow they ran right into.
How did
How
that
would
get
they respond
there?
to that reaction?
I thought we charted all of those in the immediate area.
Could be that we missed one.
How's Morgan been on this trip so far? She been all right? Kind of subtly, low key, keeping an eye on her.
Insight security, difficulty of 3, I believe. Actually, it's opposed. I'm wrong. Morgan, I need you to roll presence security.
Who's rolling Morgan?
I'm gonna say it's Winchester.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
I thought
it was Ven. Ven did.
It was Finn. Yeah, you're
Hang
right.
that albatross about himself. By the way, Morgan, have like 2 extra dice.
I was gonna say, am I buying more dice?
You are,
yeah.
I do not have a focus on this, unfortunately.
No, you don't.
And then Akir is, I believe, Nerda
Yeah.
at the moment, right?
So I've already spent my determination, but I do have observation for a focus.
Exactly.
And I'll
Sham, I think nobody's.
Yeah, you can be Jam.
and I'll give you 1, 2, 3, 6 for a full mit.
Roger.
Am I the Vulcan again?
Do you want me to buy any more?
1, 2, 3.
Cool.
So put you at full mit.
Oh.
Why am I constantly the Vulcan?
No. You want to trade?
No, I can't. It's fine. I made you like anyway.
Okay.
What book are the Aurelians in? Alpha?
Alpha, I think?
Alpha, I believe.
Okay. I want to check on a half-remembered trait under Aurelians.
Oh, yeah. Let me
They have really good
the-
eyesight, but it's covered under the keen senses talent, I believe. And they're known for dealing with heights and flying and stuff as a natural thing. Like they don't have to spend to be a flyer; they are flyers.
Right.
I played an Aurelian once. That's why I know these things.
Cool. I think Cham will be kind of like leaning over, kind of Riker style, over the chair that Celix piloting from. Just like.
They're claustrophobic.
But
That's true.
Okay.
They let. Yeah.
now it notes keen eyesight under their trait of Aurelian.
Oh, I'll double check that. Shoot, I might have missed. I thought that was a talent they had to take.
Keen senses is one, but it's also mentioned under their. It's 74 in the Alpha Quadrant book.
Alpha Quadrant supplement. 7-4, you say?
I just pulled it up in that character creator widget thing as well, because it's just got everything right there.
3.
Yeah.
4. Capable flight takes a lot of points. As well as interference, they also possess keen sight, natural central space, and direct. I don't think it would apply here, in my opinion.
Okay.
Do the hoplites help?
Totally opinion based though, because I'm not. I can see why it'd be argued the other way.
It's worth a shot.
Yeah, it's a good
It
question.
is worth a shot. It is 100% worth a shot.
Yeah.
All right, inside security. What?
Do the hoplites help?
Not unless Akira's asking them to help him keep an eye on his friend. But right now, I think he's low key
Yeah, he wouldn't
watching
have.
his buddy.
Well,
Yeah.
the reason why I was asking is because wasn't it one of them who brought up the concern about them?
Yeah, but they'd have to be talking to Akira. They have to know, like, they may notice that Morgan's acting weird, but Akira's the one who's kind of eyeballing her more closely. All right. This guy just knows that she's off. Like, he has a bad sense, but he's not sure exactly what it is. But if Akira, it's one of those things where if Akira asks for help, one of them would immediately go, "Yeah, sure," for whatever reason. It's like, oh no, I'll totally help you look at that person.
Yeah, I mean,
I was already
as
sussing
far
them
as
to begin with.
as far as he knows, it's she's. I don't know that she's really. I
Up
wouldn't
to
have
anything. It's just a
alerted
caution.
anybody yet, right?
Yeah.
So let's see what we do.
And Ralph only
Oh.
told Akira
Ugh,
to be like,
that's a tie.
oh my god.
It's like a complete tie.
I think Akira has a
flat tire.
reroll, doesn't he?
No.
Doesn't he have bold?
Oh.
No, he's just not. I didn't build him with that.
And he's already finished determination, so I can't get a reroll that way.
He'd have to challenge something, which
Yeah, and that's just dead even.
Oh.
4 hits and a complication on both sides.
Yeah.
That's fun.
So with that result, that Akira sees that Morgan is as agitated and nervy as usual. She's not acting unusual to how she normally is.
Okay.
And she fits the description of a Betazoid that's very closed off. She's very she tends. I mean, feel free to role play her to this effect, but in essence, she's not a very open Betazoid. She's a very private person, which to humans is just a private person. To a Betazoid, very weird. She's full blood Betazoid, so she's very private for a Betazoid. Downright reclusive, but humans, she just keeps to herself. But she likes Akira. Akira's a nice guy.
Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't notice anything that sent up any flags, so she's always a little twitchy.
So what does the steadiest do? You've just gotten through the storm.
Wait, quick question. Sorry.
Sure.
Still in talent I'm getting used to. Can I methodical planning assist Akira here?
You were looped in on that plan, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Akira, you have a reroll from advisor.
Oh. Smooth.
I was like, are you gonna catch that?
Ah.
Generate a
momentum.
Yeah.
Get rid of the complication. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Which means that I have a straight complication now.
So 1, 2, 3. Mission directive. I can't afford to lose this.
I reroll 2.
Reroll 2.
Okay.
I want to reroll more, but I don't want to. No, just 2.
Sorry.
Oh.
Hey, there's no comp, but I'm sorry.
Almost though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
That was
sorry.
fucking crossed your toes moment right there.
Morgan is nervy, but the thing that tips Akira off, and no one else would catch this, she has like a little slip of latinum, like a tiny one that she's
Right.
that she's fiddling with. You know that she only does that in like red alert situations. Like it's her comfort charm when she thinks she's in mortal danger. Which currently you were at yellow alert for a second, now you're back to green because you're out of the thing. So
I imagine Celax in the pilot seat, so I'm just gonna put her there.
Yeah.
Just for rough directional on people, I guess.
I'll kind of move towards Morgan, and then as I'm doing so, say to Lieutenant Cham, Lieutenant, I'd go to red alert if I were you, and I kind of gesture with my head to the 2 hoplites to back me up. Vern,
All
what
right.
are you up to? You only twirl that latinum when shit's about to get real. Don't do anything stupid.
Lean over, so
I'm
just
just
go to red. Weapons up.
I know.
shields up.
She's just kind of putting the shields
I
up.
was gonna say, I don't know what Vern's response to this is supposed to be.
Now, whatever's going on, you can talk to me about it. But you can't let it go too far or you're going to be in real trouble.
Okay, no. Look, it's not what it looks like. Look, I have to make this work. Oh boy.
You have to make what work? Come on. I'm kind of gesturing forward to step away from whatever console and to come to talk to me.
No. You don't understand. If I don't pull, I can't say anything. It doesn't matter where I go. There. Nope. I can't. No.
What's going on? What have you done?
She just clams up.
Akir can attempt presence, command, or con, difficulty of 5. Like you're trying to get your friend to just look, tell me what's going on.
Okay.
No one else can attempt this because Akir's the only one who they would possibly tell this to.
Oh my god.
Listen, I thought it would be a useful advantage to make.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it's roundabout and it's kind of underhanded in a Romulan sense, but
So what's the difficulty?
5.
But it's not opposed.
No.
Because
This is
something
Akir pushing on their friendship and going and trying to get Morgan to just trust him, whatever it
Okay.
is. Just tell me.
also they'll get me. It's like, I'm your security friend, guy.
right. Yeah.
like
you
look
have
at
a
me,
friend
I'm
in
bird of
security.
prey.
Yeah. Help me to help you. Don't call for a lawyer. We're fine. I can't help you.
Don't call
Don't
a
talk to me. Okay, so yeah, I guess take 2 momentum and 4 threat for a full minute. Don't think I have a focus that will actually help me here. Unless, and this is a Hail Mary, combat medicine, because you have to kind of deal with people who are incredibly stressed and not thinking clearly necessarily because they're wounded, but you have to kind of
Comp
get them.
increase, I'll take it.
Okay.
It's related, but not exact, but it's related.
Okay. All right.
Oh boy.
Poor Morgan. You picked Morgan. I was like, oh no.
Okay. So that's about all I can swing for it.
And only one other person knows, and they couldn't tell you. So.
Oh, nope.
Yeah. I think that's just gonna have to lie.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do with it. All right, Morgan, I'm going to need you to step away from the console and go with these nice officers here. We're
What do you
going
do,
to have
Morgan?
to. We're going to have to take you into custody. Don't make this difficult.
Was that supposed to be presence con or command?
Con
Presence. Yeah, con was that. The presence con was a better combination. For
Okay.
him.
No. You can't. No. This. You don't understand. It'll.
Morgan, I don't want to take you down, but I can. Don't make me.
And then the 2 hoplites rush Morgan. Morgan.
Yep.
Fitness plus security, difficulty of 3.
Just see like touching the little shield generator
And-
button she's got to be like, no.
Akir, you can roll to assist because it looks like Morgan is flailing a bit, and you get the feeling that if this goes wrong, if she fails this roll, she's gonna
Right.
get herself hurt because hoplites don't screw around.
Okay, so I'm assisting fitness security.
What's my diff?
Your diff is 3. That's your target number.
Did you spend me any threat or?
Oh no, you're blue now.
Oh, I'm blue now.
You're
okay.
green. Sorry, I should say.
Okay. We'll take a threat.
Certainly.
Hey.
Oh.
No help.
Morgan does fight them off, but I imagine, imagine this was your character with that particular motivation. Do you think they would try to fight these people, try to hurt them, given their motivation?
I don't know if Morgan would go as far as to try and hurt them, but she'd probably try and fight them, and the fact that she's not willing to go full bore and hurt them is probably what would result in her getting caught.
I will take that because I agree with you. So Morgan does make some token resistance, but it's two hoplites who are starting to twist things, and then it's
Right.
down to the ground.
She only
Like a
has
very small collapse to the ground as they tell her.
Her fitness is 7, her daring is 8.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I
Yeah.
just realized that Selak is also a hoplite.
oh, right.
Yeah. That's why I was
And-
like, she just touched the personal shield generator while sitting in the chair, like, huh.
The Achilles pops up on sensors with its shields up.
Lieutenant, the Achilles is here. If I had to make a guess, it might have something to do with what's currently happening. Though why they haven't hailed us is...
I was muted. Fun.
Well, no, I mean, our communications are down, so that's
Yeah.
just a...
Yeah.
I don't
don't
think Selak knows communications are down, but that's a why they haven't
Yeah,
hailed
no,
us,
but-
as in like a, huh, that's odd.
I was saying with Cham to open hailing frequencies to the Achilles.
Oh. Yeah, we'll try that.
You auto
we'll try that. Yeah, it's just like...
communication systems are down.
we do not have communication systems, Lieutenant.
Well, what's wrong with them?
We'd ask her, but and they look at the unconscious Morgan.
Right.
Ah,
Well,
restraint is a virtue.
We didn't break anything.
Maybe someone transport.
I'm sure
back
she'll
over-
appreciate that.
Maybe someone transport back over to the Achilles.
They have shields up.
We have shields up.
This is not good. This is how ships start shooting at each other.
Well, we
well,
do have
y'all can
signal
do like
lights.
signal lights or something.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, drop
Mm.
out of warp.
I don't even think we're in warp. We just came out of that storm.
Well, you were both at you were at warp coming out of it, and then you're like red alert. It's like, and then the Achilles caught up to you. It's like, we
Okay,
both.
yeah. So we'll just
Drop
We'll
out
not
of warp,
immediately
stand
drop
down,
out
red
of-
alert.
yeah, we'll do the slow drop out of warp. So it's like yeah, that's what they're doing. Like telegraph what we're doing to the Achilles.
Like
if that
very
makes sense.
slowly collapsing your warp bubble, so it's obvious you're dropping
Yeah,
out of warp.
so we're not just dropping it and
Yeah.
them zipping past us and having to come back.
Exactly.
The Achilles sees this happen as the shuttle comes to a stop.
Match speed.
The Achilles and the Stadius match speed.
Our shields are still up, sir.
Drop shields.
Shields
And
down.
back to the Achilles. They've dropped shields.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Well, if their communication systems are down, they might be trying to send us a signal some other way with lowering their shields.
Get someone down to engineering with a portable comms ray. Got you.
Captain.
Yeah?
McKellen walks over with a pad and just shakes his head and just hands it to you. And you see that Stadius turns around, blink, 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 and then you see a little text translation of them sending out Morse code.
Oh god, we really need to come up with a better system for these kinds of things.
This is the backup
People
system.
We did. It's called the communications array.
It has it has a backup and a backup for the backup.
But we just
It
happen
works
to have a
great if you don't
communication
have sabotage.
specialist turn them off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. What are they saying?
They relay what's happened on their shuttle.
Confirmed. Respond. Same system. We'll have docking bay prepared. Come on board.
New course, Captain?
Well, let's make sure the status is docked first.
Oh, and as a update, Captain, the Odyssey wants to know if we want any support, since they noticed that we turned around.
Good question.
And with that, that will be the end of the episode.